Good morning, everybody. Lovely to see you again this morning. I wanted to open today with a few fragments from the last few days, kind of a tapestry to set the mood, with some insightful words from our speakers. So I'm just going to take you through a little journey from the last few days. Alvaro Barrington, we are concerned with celebrating communities in the way they celebrate themselves. Michele De Lucchi, don't give the client what they ask for, but what they were never able to dream about. Aneri, you walk around Sao Paulo and it's impossible to unsee it. Artists use the city as a tool. Lord Foster, it's never about how much you spend, it's about how wisely you spend it. Sheikha Mayasa, culture is an open space, there is no hierarchy. Beatriz Colomina, how do you bring corals in this room? I'm sorry, Melanie Challenger. How do you bring corals in this room today? How do we bring giant salamanders in this room? That's why we need artists. Jakob Kunstinsen, sound brings the invisible world to you. Even if you don't look at the images on the screen, you can still feel it. Michael Nash, if you have a story to tell, do it, because the world needs artists right now. Bjorn Christensen, the best idea might come from a fish. Beatriz Colomina, we need to make architecture that is more related to the soil. David Sally, vagueness has no place in art. Hans Ulrich Obrist, the future of museums is in bringing worlds together. And Simone Najami, we need to change these temples into agoras. Those are a few of the things I want you to be thinking about. If you missed some of our program, you can catch it on YouTube. So please go back if some of those words inspire you and catch it on YouTube. So a little preview of today. We're going to talk about creative economies, whether creativity can truly become a tool of economic resilience in our panel that's coming up. Then there's the much anticipated conversation between Roz Sulkas and the great sculptor Antony Gormley, with a particular focus on his public works. We'll have a sneak preview of the Phoenix Museum of Migration in Rotterdam. The director, Wim, will give us a live virtual tour. We'll talk with Massimo De Carlo about the evolution of both his own gallery and Milan's place in the world art stage over the last 30 years. And politics in the art market. We'll talk about when world politics are tilting right or maybe falling off a cliff. What happens to the art world? Anirian Zhao, who many of you hopefully have met over the last few days, they'll talk about their incredible project at the World Trade Center in New York. That's just this morning. And then after lunch, we'll have a sobering conversation about the arts in a time of war. And then we will hear a closing conversation from Shirin Neshat with the incomparable photographer, artist, and filmmaker, Shirin Neshat, with Farah Nayeri. And then a visit to Pirelli Hangar Bacoca, and tonight's closing public lecture with Jeff Koons. So stay tuned, stay engaged, and we look forward to seeing you all throughout the day. Now I'd like to call up my colleague and friend Jelena Trkulja with her panelists.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. From Milan's fashion weeks to South Korea's pop culture exports and Uzbekistan's heritage revival, culture is becoming central to how nations grow, compete, and tell their stories. Valued at over $2.2 trillion, or around 2 trillion euros, the creative economy is driving urban development, attracting investment, and reshaping national identities. Whether through landmark cultural projects in the Gulf or AI-driven curation, governments are treating the arts treating the arts as more than enrichment. They're viewing it as essential infrastructure. But the culture is tasked with stimulating economies, preserving heritage, and sparkling innovations. So questions arise. Can it deliver without losing independence or inclusivity? And will it remain a shared public good or become just another economic tool? Today's panel brings together cultural leaders from Milan, Tashkent, and Seoul to explore how the arts are reshaping economies and what's at stake as culture takes on a new strategic role. So this morning with us are Tommaso Sacchi, Deputy Mayor of Culture, City of Milan, and he leads one of Europe's most forward-looking cultural agendas. To my left is Gayane Umerova, the chairperson of Art and Culture Development Foundation of Uzbekistan. She spearheads a major cultural revival across the country. And Ji-Yoon Lee, founder and CEO of SUM Project in Seoul, is working at the intersection of contemporary art, technology, and global strategy. So we will dive right in with a question that relates to Milan, Tommaso. Since Milan is globally admired for transforming its cultural capital, especially in fashion, design, and architecture, into economic value. But how do you make sure this success keeps everyone in the city, and includes everybody in the city, and it does not speak and benefit just big brands or tourists?
First of all, let me thank you for this special occasion for our city and for our community. And once again, I want to thank Art for Tomorrow and, of course, Achilles and everyone is working for this to happen. So, and La Triennale di Milano, that is, presenting to the world a series of thoughts and perspectives on inequalities. That is one of the urgencies of our time. So the question is about the precise moment that the city is living. We are, first of all, in the middle of a big process of revolution, of transformation of the city, because it never happened to me that frequently that as in these days during Art for Tomorrow and the opening of La Triennale, that some colleagues, some people, some opinion leaders of the art world told me in the last 15 days something has radically changed in the perception that we have, in the feeling that we have towards the city of Milan. The question is about how to include, how to involve, and how to, not focus only on the big brands. We have to say that, of course, design and fashion are two main sectors of creative investment that back in the times were basically the biggest focuses on which the city is historically investing. But during this process of revolution and different perspective and different lens through which we all see Milano, there are many other sectors and many other areas of the populations that are involved in this big promotion of our community and of our city. To be more concrete, to be more explicit on this aspect, I want to tell you that, of course, we have La Scala, we have La Triennale, we have the big names, we have the Fashion Week and the Design Week, but on the same time, in the last 15 years, something has changed also in the soft power of the city of Milano. There are places that I will invite you to visit, like La Fabbrica del Vapore or Base Milano, that is English people say base, but it is base in Italian. And they are places and they are venues and institutions that come from an industrial archaeology, I would say. So places that are in the middle of the city, in the center of the city, but that were very representative of the old idea of a very productive Milano. In Fabbrica del Vapore, it was the place where Milano was producing its trams so means of transportations. In Base Milano, it was an iron industry of the city. So what happened? In the process of change, also those kind of historically known as industrial places changed their roles and stepped into the social role of a cultural center of the city. So,
may I just ask you, when you say change their roles, who was behind this change?
Behind the change is the responsibility of the change is more or less based on the partnership between the private and public sector. This is one of the most important ingredients of the recipe that brought Milano to this level. And we have to be very sincere on this, and we have to state this, because it is important for us to stress a little bit this aspect of our times in Milano. So the private, the people who belong to an entrepreneurship, cultural entrepreneurship of the city, found a common path, a common dialogue with the public institution in order to reactivate places all around the city that were not meant to be places for social and cultural industries or social and cultural life of the city. So this is a recipe that is not perfect as all the recipes, because the time change, you know, the COVID had a very relevant and negative role also in a city like Milan, as all over the world. So it is not the perfect recipe, but it is a recipe. So Milano decided to open its doors to the private with an idea, with a vision on the city, and make a solidarity partnership with those people who had something to give back to the society and to the city. So this is one of the main aspects to make Milano more attractive, not the only one. On the other hand, we have a second layer that is made of public policies to open up the culture to all the levels of the population. So we made, for instance, at the beginning of my political term on culture, I come from an experience as a deputy mayor for culture in Florence, where we met basically. Now I work and live for my city, for my community, for Milano. And what I did with my team as one of the first steps I move in the direction of opening culture to everyone was to make, for instance, a card that give the access for 15 euros per year to all the civic museum of the city of Milano, to everyone who wants to buy this card. So to intend that culture...
Even the non-residents of Milano? Even
the non-residents. This is for everyone. If you want to buy and you want to try, we're more than happy to sell you cards for the museum. Grazie. So this is a way to promote and to bring it to a better accessibility. You know, civic museums of Milan, they keep and they have to take care of masterpieces like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, if we think about the Castello. 500 meters from here, we have the amazing Last Pietas by Michelangelo, and we have the Sala delle Asse, that is one of the architectural and painting masterpieces of Leonardo da Vinci that we will open back after a long period of restorage in some months. Those will be masterpieces and, you know, public secrets and masterpieces of art that will be accessible with this simple card that lasts 1 year with the cost of only 15 euros. Why do I say that? Not to promote to you. You don't need to be the target of this kind of promotion, because you go to museums and you help us to keep them alive. But I state this because it is important to sum up the different levels. So the solidarity between private and public is one ingredient of the recipe. On the other hand, the public servants, the public decisors, they have to find ways to bring to a more accessible and more affordable culture, because otherwise Milano could not be intended as one of the cities on the map of the global culture, attractive cities all around the world. So I think is more than one ingredient to be put in the recipe. But do not forget that the level of the soft power, so involving also those less known cultural institutions or future cultural institutions, is one of the big challenges of our time. There is no one meeting in my office and with my team that is not, in the direction of bringing together also the soft power and let's say, the different layer apart from the big names of culture like La Scala or Triennale di Milano. Thank you. Grazie.
Thank you. Gayane, Uzbekistan has launched a wide-reaching cultural expansion, from revitalizing heritage sites to investing in contemporary art. What is this broader vision that supports this effort? Where is this coming from? What's the motivation behind this major undertaking?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Elena. Well, before I start, I would like to thank the organizers, Irina and Elena, because, even a few years ago, I would not imagine Uzbekistan standing at the same panel as such a growth economies and developed economies as Korea and in Italy. So I think it's a big privilege already to showcase that Uzbekistan has the potential in this particular creative economy clusters. So to come back to your question, I would like to start by saying that there is a clear vision in the leadership of the country, but of course in the hearts of the people, that creative economy is really a driving source for Uzbekistan to be coming to a different level of expansion of the country. And especially because we have so many cities and the culture from city to another city is different, we have to really build up on the creative economy elements to kind of bring the country's economy together. And we have already developed throughout the 7 years that the foundation exists, so many examples that we can build on. We're building museums, we're building Center for Contemporary Art, we're investing in biennials, we're investing in our pavilion in Venice annually since 5 years. This year, Uzbekistan was also participating for second time at Expo, at the World Club Expo, and I'm very proud to say that our foundation was a commissioner of this pavilion. And I think it's all kind of invest in one global creative economy for us, because that's how we also invest the state money or the private money into the sphere. Because every time we create something, like a project or a new institution or building a museum, we can see that we are generating the income for the entrepreneurs, for the communities, and this is a driving force also for our economy. And we see a huge potential in this. And I was yesterday giving an example to one of the journalists that, when we started 7 years ago, we was commissioning Bali as our national theater, and the company only had like 5 or 6 people working with them. When we came back to the same company in 3 years' time, they already had 200 people, because they saw the potential in creative scenography for the big stage ballet and operas. So that's how we can develop and inspire.
Thank you. So it's definitely driving economy by
exactly,
also
and
employing
especially
people
and especially with the younger population, as I mentioned yesterday already, we have a 60% of population below 30. So this is a driving force for them. For us, it's also key to introduce new professions. And by creative all of these new institutions, we are introducing the new professions to the country.
So you're basically creating a whole ecosystem.
A whole ecosystem, of course, yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ji-yoon, South Korea's cultural exports, from K-pop to K-art, have become global phenomena. How do you see the role of platforms like yours, Zoom, in shaping both the narrative and infrastructure behind this rise?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me, to have a chance to deliver of what's happening in Korea, in Korean contemporary art scene, also in the question as in the context of K culture. Because I think, Korean, this K-culture word itself coming from only 25 years ago from the K-drama. Because even as a Korean being there, we didn't really focus on K-drama, but that K-drama started to spreading in Southeast Asian area, and then start to really getting into the European market and the America. So that was only 25 years, but which, the time is very interesting moment of Korea start to engaging with the global world. Because some people is really surprised when I say that Korean people can only be able to travel to foreign country since 1989. Right after Korean Olympic Games 1988, the normal Korean student, anyone can go to foreign country without any special declaration or registration in the government. That's why it was a very, a short journey, but Korea really, start to building up interesting infrastructure. So, well, in Korea, when I am there, because I was working as the MMCA, National Modern and Contemporary Art Museum, a Seoul Division Gallery Director after my 25 years living in London. And then everybody said, oh, June, everything is going up, like the film and music and the even architecture, but what about the art? But what is the art, K-art existing? Only art part has been left it over. That has been addressed in last 10 years. But I think, I always say that please do not compete of Korean art as Korean pop culture. Because I think contemporary art and art, I think doesn't necessarily to be compete with this popular culture all the time, because we are really focusing on cutting edge and the experimental and new art we are really striving for. That's why we don't need to be that much known to everyone. That's why, first thing I always say that let's not compete with Korean art, with the K, film and drama and BTS and Blackpink, such as all these wonderful global phenomena. But
before we move to your story, how would you quickly explain this phenomenal rise of K-pop art or K-pop culture in general? What's behind it? Who drives it? How did it arise?
I think, maybe I'm the first, I'm the one, from the private sector at the moment, compared to Thomas So and Guyana. But Korea really, start to focusing on developing from the public sector support. And some of the very important key individuals from the creative industry sector, J.P. Park and all this Mr. Pang, Hive company founder, they believe not just bringing the foreign music to Korea, we have to be a producer. So there are many support from the government, also from the private sector, from the corporation. They really, start to believe that producer's role is very important. That really, residing in those sectors for a while. Mm-hmm. And then maybe the K-pop culture influence that really, brought the audience, global audience, that the importance of the daily life. Korea was not a tropical country any longer, and then they can really getting into the understanding the difference between China, Japan, and Korea. And that's why the contemporary art also started to being really regarded as important work, and then really artists start to coming out in that kind of context. For example, last year, if you can remember that the Korean artist Kim Soo-ja showing her beautiful installation at the Pino Collection. And then the Yang Haegyu Yang, made a great survey show at the Serpentine and the Hayward Gallery. And our 33 years old Mi-rae Lee has been appointed as a Tate Modern Hyundai Motor Series shown. On the top of the Serpentine Pavilion showing Korean Min Seok Cho artist showing the pavilion. So I think from last year, we really can see that all those efforts of Korean artists start to working in the context of global understanding and engagement through various biennials. And then we really, get onto the stage like Korean art, get on board to the Korean K-culture.
Thank you, thank you. Tommaso, culture is now seen as an essential part of political identity and strategy. How do you balance its use in branding with ensuring it remains a reflection of diverse communities and values? Can it be both a tool of political leverage and a space for authentic expression?
Well, this is such a point, and of course, we must find a balance between these two different levels. We see ourselves as a city of productive heritage, you know, the city that where the past provides the ingredient for the true, for the true experimentation in culture. One of the aspects that in this process are is very relevant is to find ways to melt the bottom-up level to the upside-down level. I mean, the very institutional with the creative and authentic expression. Milan in the last 15 years has concentrated on bringing new formats of culture on the stage. I tried to go a little bit more in depth on this aspect. In some days, in a week or something more, we will open a very important festival. I'm talking about music, that is called the Piano City Milano. It's 280 free concerts all around the city, and the rule of the game is only piano music, only music for pianists and pianos. So you have to imagine that in some days the city will be literally invaded by pianos all around the institutional space, the private, foundation.
This is the new festival, completely new.
It's a festival.
Or it has happened before?
No, it's the 15th edition.
It's the 15th.
I'm mentioning it because it corresponds, talking about the timing, precisely with the revolutionary new approach to the city, to the cultural city. Because when was invented, by the way, I'm happy to mention it, because at the time Stefano Boeri was the deputy mayor for culture, my role now, and I was his first assistant, so the right hand of a political figure who had a vision. Stefano decided to invest in this festival, and me, together with him as a consultant, started trying to figure out how to bring those huge amount of concerts open to young generations, to new pianists. But why I mention this festival? Because the format is important. So to melt the very well-known pianist with the new generation, so giving the possibility, giving the stage to the new experimentation and to the new names of the culture is very much important. So I think that the two things can stay together, and a city that is living such a sparkling moment, season of culture and tourism has to look at this aspect of the two levels to be melted together as one of the key aspects to make a step forward in the global geography of the cultural cities. Also, going back to visual art, the Art Week that is younger than in the format that you see, and Art for Tomorrow, for the very first days of Art for Tomorrow 2025 were during the Art Week Milano, and we were together. But basically, the format is, and the rules are basically the same. So to open up the city to new experimentations on the same time, and on the other hand, to give to the public the possibility to visit the big masters of art like Palazzo Reale or La Triennale or Castello Sforzesco. So the layers of the creative society are very important. If the politicians or if the people who are intended to be at the government of a process and of a city do not consider the two levels to stay together, that's the mistake. That would be the big mistake in which the new creative generations and the new creativity cannot conquer the stage. That would be a big lack of attention and a big mistake. If we think, and I want to finish the thoughts with mentioning in the recent past what the big capitals of culture have done. If you think about the New York City of the 90s, if you think about the Berlin of the early 2000s, everyone was saying in Milan, everyone was saying, I wish I could have a studio in Berlin. It was 25 years ago. It was the most common sentence that you could hear in a dinner of creative people in Milan or in Rome or in our country, basically. Now Milan is part of this process, not because Berlin is not more fashionable or whatever, but Milan is now in the geography I was mentioning, also because melted together the different layers of the creative society. It's not the only aspect, but if you think of what I was saying, the big, well-known cities of the creative maps of the last 20 years have done, it was precisely this. For instance, New York City, when they made special local laws to open new music clubs in quarters of the city that now are the most, expensive places where to buy a house or to set a music club. That's because the regulation of the city intended in a very important moment and in a very important historical moment to open to new creative forces. That's a responsibility that we have to take as a political decision, as a political driving process figures. Yeah.
Exactly. Gayane, as Uzbekistan's cultural expansion gains international attention, how are you ensuring that this momentum strengthens local ecosystems so that culture isn't just exported, but also embedded in everyday life and future generations?
Well, we try to support more and more with building the ecosystem infrastructure, and Giuseppe was just talking about the studios. It's also quite important for us now to revive this tradition of going to the studios and for artists to have studios. And just recently, last year, we launched art residencies in Tashkent, which really allows the artists to travel from around the world to Uzbekistan, but of course from Uzbekistan, from other cities also to come and stay and work. And we equipped these residences with all the technologies, with all the materials, which will allow the artists, to work there, to really concentrate on the art production. We're doing the same project now in Samarkand as well, launching, and hopefully also will be launching in Nukus, in Autonomy Republic of Uzbekistan, Karabalkistan. We'll also have a great museum of Savitsky, and it's a great collection of Russian avant-garde, and the artists come there especially to be inspired of this collection. So it would be great also to have the residencies there. I actually have a clicker to show you some of the slides, but I was not trained to do it, which, where do I?
Let me do it.
Yeah, thank you. Where do I press?
Yep.
So you see this is a shrinked city of Aral, where it used to be a beautiful sea. Now you can see the ships that are there, but no water is no longer there. So close to this space, we are now creating the art residences, also the library for the kids, and the art studios for artists also to be inspired and to come from all around the world, but also from the other regions from Uzbekistan. And this is also a great picture of Ian Boller depicting the kind of the new hope in the region, Madonna and a baby. And I found this really fascinating picture just to show the hope of the region, despite all the catastrophe happened a few years ago. And the next slide. So this is the picture from Bukhara. We just yesterday discussed the Bukhara Biennial, which is upcoming this year. At the same time, we will be opening Center for Contemporary Art. I think it's the next picture. No, this is actually Tadao Ando Museum that we are building with a renowned Japanese architect. We've been working on this project for quite some time. It's also a great drive for creative economy in the city of Tashkent. And it also allows us to support the artists, the younger generation, and the architects as well, because along with Tadao Ando, the local architects are also working to make sure that the architecture really applies to the city of Tashkent and also the ecosystem around it. And the next slide. I think that's your
I can talk
I think
about
that was the first. If you go just further before, there was the first slide. So this is the Center for Contemporary Art. The architects are Studio Kao from Paris, and we will be opening this center this September with a beautiful exhibition by artistic director Sarah Reza, who just was transmitted from Guggenheim, New York, to work in Uzbekistan on this new beautiful project. And I think that's also a great source of inspiration, but also for our younger generation, but also it empowers our younger generation to create, in such a beautiful spaces and to be also feeling in line with the rest of the world.
Can I just ask you a quick question? What role does technology play in your projects?
Technology, I think it plays one of the key roles as an algorithm, as we all know, was created in Uzbekistan by the renowned scholar polymath Al-Khwarizmi, coming from the region of Khwarezm.
You are to be blamed.
So we feel like, yes, we are the one to invent it, and we are the one to bring it to the world. But actually, I was really captivated by the library in Sharjah that was built by Norman Foster not so long ago, and he was inspired by the House of Wisdom of Al-Khwarizmi. And in fact, it's just called the House of Wisdom. So when I saw this building, I was really inspired and felt privileged, to share our culture across.
It's a wonderful illustration of how you're merging history with future. Thank you.
Thank you.
As we're sort of running out of time, I would like to hand this over to Ji-yoon, because it would be wonderful to see some of the projects that SUM, your institution, has done. And also, if you can also comment a little bit also about technology. Which role does it play in your projects?
Yes, we don't have enough time to explain all, but I like to, sorry, I can carry on, sorry. So, this is not my SUM project, has been initiated, but once I can come back to Korea, when I was in charge of National Modern and Contemporary Art Museum, I think the public sector, because National Museum 100% financed from the government. So sometimes giving one commission work to one artist over $20,000 we cannot give it to them. So we really trying to find a way, what can it be the best way? So we set up a nonprofit foundation for the National Museum, and then we start to receive money from the corporation to support, to commission artists. Because we believe that for new museum, new institution, whatsoever, all these corporations' engagement for art, I think new production, new creativity support is the most important part. So MMCA, the Hyundai Motors series, started since year 2014 until last year. For 10 years, pretty big sum of money has been given, which can, liaise with LACMA Hyundai Motor Series and the Tate Modern. So that sort of mysterious cooperation start to support. And then because I was working in London, and under the name of Zoom, the communication, breathing, the breath, liaise between the art and the audience, like public art, and the corporation and the artist, and the public sector to private sector. So, under the basis of that sort of communication skills and knowledge in art history, tutorial, editorial skills, I really, make this MMCA, this new journey with, sponsorship with the corporation has been initiated. But later, as you can see, this Annika E, but I can leave onto that. But also, but my project, if I can go there, my recent Zoom project, we founded LG OLED art platform. LG Electronics was not really, supporting cooperation, but with a series of lectures and talks together, they decide to sponsor for the transparent OLED, very fine new technology to artists. So that sort of a project we initiated, we support, we make it happen, and liaise between the corporation and artist. So OLED art became the very big exhibition in London, 180 The Strand. Introducing many new technology-driven artists, big exhibition in London. So after that, they became a sponsorship and a partnership with the Guggenheim for 5 years. And finally, they became the major sponsor for the Frieze Art Fair in Korea. So, well, Zoom, as a curator and art professional, I really think that this kind of intermediary, the project initiative, is very needed. That's why I help from the public sector to private sector, and then making this platform to move on for this new authenticity and great art can come out from there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So you're reflecting some of these thoughts about private and public partnership that Deputy Mayor has talked about in Milan very much. So since we have just run out of time, I'm afraid we will have to end, which is a pity. But I thank you very much for these insightful comments. It was great to hear from Milan, Tashkent, and Seoul. And thank you very much.
Grazie. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elena.
Salkas and Anthony Gormley.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm here with Anthony Gormley, which I'm very happy about. He is Britain's best-known living sculptor, whose forms and bodies dot the country, standing with wings spread, peering out to sea, upright in the lobbies of corporations, perched high up on parapets in public spaces, half buried, lying down, just inscrutably there, in parklands around stately homes or in the galleries and gardens of museums. These stripped-down bodies are not all he does, but perhaps the most famous instances of his work, representations of human existence, community, our likeness to one another, the perseverance and survival of humans in both nature and amidst harsh urban realities. Anthony studied archaeology and anthropology at the University of Cambridge, spent several subsequent years in India, and thought about becoming a Buddhist monk before turning to sculpture. His first years were difficult, but in 1994 he won the Turner Prize for Field for the British Isles, an installation of 40,000 hand-sized clay figures with upturned eyes that were made by people he invited into his studio, whom he asked to form a lump of clay into a rudimentary head and then give it eyes with a pencil. 4 years later came Angel of the North, a towering figure in northeastern England at Gateshead, and another place, 100 cast iron figures created from his own body on a beach in Merseyside, perhaps the country's best-known modern landmarks. Anthony, thank you for being here with us today. And I want to start with a question you put to me sort of in passing yesterday, a huge question. What is sculpture good for?
Well, first of all, I think that what's happening here, which is really a dialogue between the majority world and those of us privileged to have, in a way, the technology that allows us to exploit the resources of the world. I feel sad that a forum like this has so few representatives, as it were, from that majority world. The tickets are expensive. The place is impressive. I think many of those that we should be listening to would feel frightened about even entering this palazzo of culture. I wanted to start with these images, really, of collaboration. I grew up with the idea that artists remade the world on their own terms, in their own studios, in their own time, and made unique works that would then end up, luckily, in important museums or private collections. But I have come to realize the inherent untruth of that notion of what art is. Art is a form of communication. I don't have a choice about what I do. Art is the way that life expresses itself. And for most of its history, before it was institutionalized and commodified, it was made with, for, and by everyone. The dances we danced, the songs we sang, the stories we told were done intra-communally. So these first slides are an example of me realizing at a certain point in my, I hate that word, career, because it's not a career, it's a vocation. I didn't have a choice in the end. I mean, I didn't know when I was growing up if I had either the talent or the ability to be an artist. But in the end, I realized that that was all I could be. But I wanted, with these works, to show you the necessary reply to that cultural kind of conditioning, which was really my inheritance from the 20th century, where art, in a way, removed itself from the power of patronage and the service of power to something else, which was, in a way, the celebration of the individual. And I still love those pioneers, the work of Brancusi, of Giacometti, even of Picasso. But it is a kind of block to the truth of what art has been in terms of its real long history. If we go to Peshmerga, or you go to Font de Gaume, or if you go to, well, any of the caves, the Maros caves in Sulawesi, or to the Kimberley in northwestern Australia, what do you find? You find art. Art made on walls, art made in collective shelters that are an expression of our lives in relation to life at large. When in the Paleolithic we were growing as communities, and we were the tiniest community of living beings, and we loved and killed those far more numerous herds and flocks and shoals that gave us life. And we bore witness to our love and our responsibility for those creatures by celebrating them in images in the caves and rock shelters all over the world. These were open spaces that anybody could visit. You can think of European cathedrals, or indeed the temples of India, or the temples of anywhere in Southeast Asia, and here are equally locations in which the collective nature of the generation, celebration, and continuation of art are so powerfully expressed. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting into a kind of sermon mode, and that's dangerous. I just wanted to say, I wanted to share with you my attempts. So here we have Central Australia, working with the Wangata and the Wonga tribes, trying to do some form of reverse anthropology where, in a context of massive extraction, Western Australia provides 23% of the GDP of Australia as a whole. It comes from an extractive economy that is based on mining. I wanted to think, how can we take these same materials, iridium, vanadium, titanium, iron ore, make a concentration of that, make a concentration of the attitude of the people that live there, both the colonizers and the colonized, and put those things back in the landscape rather than taking them away to make products for the hegemonic culture. We received the dreaming from the elders of both tribes. We were allowed to go into this extraordinary landscape. Lake Ballard, 11 square kilometers of sodium lake. When you walk on it, it's like walking on the crust, on the surface of a drum. Every footstep resounds. The pieces are maybe between 500 and 700 meters apart. You have to walk. You, as the visitor, become the connecting principle between Lorraine, a Wangata lady of maybe 45, and her cousin Jaden, that may be 2 kilometers away. As you go, you leave a trace. The whole of the field is possible to be witnessed from the top of Snake Mound. The whole of this site is connected with the Pleiades, with the Seven Sisters, with the dreaming of the Seven Sisters, and indeed the origination myths of this tribe. It was an extraordinary privilege to work with these people who have been displaced and replaced by cattle and horses, and to, in a way, ask them to bear witness to their own history and to make something that in some senses is it's a reality check of where we are in terms of hominin development. I've made other things, and this is the opposite, you could say. Here is something made with the industrial complex. This is made by a pylon maker in Scotland for a new town, Lelystad, on the Inselmeer, a recovered land taken from the North Sea. I wanted to make something that in some senses talks about our relationship with the earth, with the ground, but also this new land. This work is essentially seen from a kilometer away. And to play with scale, but to play also with this common language. We all know pylons. They all, as it were, dot the world as it energizes itself. But using it in a reflexive way. Anyway, sorry, Rosalind, I've gone off on one. But I guess the thing that I wanted to talk about was, in a way, the antithesis of the lone artist in their own studio, making their own versions of the world in their own time, and talk about collaboration and the absolute joy of working together, of having the privilege of, in a way, finding out about new ways of being and doing, new long stories of relationship with material.
Well, while you were talking, I was actually wondering whether there was also a way in which these communal relationships are also a way to engender art, engender creativity outside of your own head, as it were. Things can happen to allow things to happen that you may not have conceived.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's the thing. You go maybe with an idea, with a thought, with a possibility, but then you meet maybe the material, but along with the material, I tried to say a bit about this yesterday, along with the material comes a whole history of relationships, often through multiple generations of working with that material. And it is as true for the pylon makers of Stirling. It's about an hour and a half out of Edinburgh North, as it is for the shipbuilders of the time, or indeed the Texka family that we started the slides with. That was Donna Pasquala had 22 children, and 14 of her children, with their partners, worked with me to make the first field.
In Mexico.
And this was in the plain of Cholula, where that was an unbelievably moving thing, where we would dig the clay from the ground, and in it we would find little images of Huitzilopochtli or Xixitopec, and yet out of that same clay we were trying to make another, in a way, image of the collective body. But in every place, I mean, that family, the Texka family, they had been, 2 generations back, they had been farmers. But in order to survive, they had to turn to being brickmakers. And providing the raw material really for the megalopolis of the ever-growing truth of Mexico City. And that was an amazing thing. I learned a lot from them, not just about the clay, but also about family relations, about... Donna Pasquala was incredible. She would get up every morning at 4:30 to begin to make the tortillas that we would all eat when we had our break at lunchtime. And it was really strange because on the one hand, it was a whole other way of being, thinking, doing, but also being in the studio. I realized that I mean, I love my studio. I couldn't exist without it. But at the same time, I'm aware that in a sense, the whole world is a studio. And no material comes without its history of human engagement and the communities of interest that surround it. And indeed, the communities of skill and competence that surround that material.
Anthony, in a way, your interest in working in the world, as it were, also extends to working with other disciplines, particularly dance. And I wondered if you would, not all artists are open to that because it involves a kind of collaboration and giving over of control to some extent. But you have been particularly involved in two wonderful productions with Akram Khan and Sidi Labi Chakawi, and I think you have another Chakawi project in the offing. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about what that has brought to your practice and why it interests you and the role of dance for you and the way it relates to your use of the body. I'm sorry, there's about 4 questions.
Put simply, Rosalind, for me, dance is the most direct art form we have. Using existence itself to celebrate existence, using the inherent intelligence of the body in time to make something that communicates firsthand, body to body, through interaction with space. So for me, dance has been an enormous. I mean, when I was at university, I joined the Contemporary Dance Society. We would have 1 or 2 classes every week. I'm a bit long and gangly for being a dancer, but I just loved it. That feeling of mutuality that maybe I've been talking about is so evident in the collective engagement of a troupe of dancers. And I've been, very, very privileged to work with dancers because they understand, intuitively, they understand the interconnectivity, the physical interconnectivity of making a work that is itself unbelievably fugitive. And you can see the same dance maybe performed on 2 nights consecutively, and it's a different dance every time it is originated. So it is new. It's a new thing. And for me, that is an inspiration and an example that is, dancers on the whole, retire by the age of 40. The training to be a dancer, particularly a ballet dancer, that I have some problems with, in a way, the history of classical ballet. I mean, it comes from power relations that I feel uncomfortable about. However, the development of dance in our time, which really starts with Martha Graham and Merce Cunningham, but then develops into the Ballet Francfort and the extraordinary range of works. And I've been, very, very privileged to work with Sidi Labi and Akram.
And did those experiences make
Offish.
a difference to you as a creator? Did they change the way you work? Did they affect an evolution in your work?
I think, doesn't all our encounters, in a way, affect the way we are? And certainly if you work with somebody, it is like you've shared a mind. And that's why I'm so passionate about collaboration, because it's this opening into another body, another existence, Our minds are also like studios, and it's sort of, you're suddenly in an expanded space. I think so. The working with all of I mean, Hofesh was probably the last really intense communication, and that was an extraordinary. Hofesh Shechter, Israeli choreographer, dancer, somebody who served in the Israeli army, who manages to embody all of the paradoxes, the tragedies, and the kind of vibrancy of this nexus of, you could say, spiritual inspiration and deep destructiveness.
How important has social or political commentary been to you? I mean, many of your pieces do have a resonance.
Yeah, it's good that we've started with. So this is work. This is, you know, when we started, and it's such a good question. What is sculpture good for? You might ask, what is art good for? Well, it's, you know, in the process of being commodified, it's become kind of trophy acquisitional object, but it can do unbelievable work. So here is art in a war zone. Here in the time of the Troubles, three works made from armor-plated ordnance, 26mm thick steel of two bodies crucified to each other. The balaclava of the IRA used as the way of entering into this space that identifies a human space in space at large, but through those eyes, you look through the opposite eyes. And these three double-pick bodies were placed in three critical points on the walls of Derry. I won't give you a short history of British colonization, but it happens in the Elizabethan times. Ireland was our first colony, and the Protestant community protected itself by these massive walls. And I chose three positions: one looking back over the Foyle River to the English barracks, another looking onto Bogside, which is where the displaced Catholic community were allowed to live in the marshland that was fundamentally unhealthy and fundamentally unsustainable in terms of agriculture. And then the third place was in front of the Protestant cathedral. And anyway, that image, that terrifying image, was that when we were placing the first work, which was outside St. Augustine's, a Protestant church just within the walls, but next to the stub of a monument that was to the Governor Walker, which was the first Protestant governor of Northern Ireland, based in Derry, known as Londonderry, because of that became the centre of all of the London guilds. And the young people of the Bogside had had a day off from school, and there was a crane down below the walls lifting this piece up. And the boys, there was a rumor saying they're putting Governor Walker's statue back up. And the boys started throwing first sticks, then stones, then they smashed all the walls, all the windows of the crane. And the crane driver, Scarpet, he got out of his cab and ran for his life. At that time, there was a small platoon, 12 British soldiers that were occupying with sangers the whole of the walls of Derry at that time. And they took up firing positions. And it was absolutely terrifying. I heard the commander saying, 200 yards, 170 yards, we're going to fire at 100. They were going to fire rubber bullets, but at 14 to 16-year-olds. Anyway, Finbar, who was one of the guys who was helping with the installation, he recognized Derek, a cousin of his that was sort of somehow a bit of a leader of these young boys that had come to kind of, make a riot, basically. And he had a hammer in his hand, and I just ran to the nearest, there are 4 gateways into Derry, ran through the nearest gateway, and he was like Finn McCool. He was sort of like running down the hill with his hammer in his right hand, shouting, "Derek, what the fuck do you think you're doing?" And everybody just stopped. And it was just this really extraordinary moment. Both all of those guys with guns in their hands and all of the boys with sticks and stones in their hands stopped. And it was, the piece was just dangling there with spit dropping off it. And that moment passed. The platoon reordered itself and carried on its march along the walls. The boys dispersed. We put the work in. But that night, the piece that had been propped up outside the Catholic, the Protestant cathedral with big pieces of timber was set light to. And they burnt it. And this was the Protestant community protesting against this thing that they said, oh, this is propaganda for the IRA. We can't have this. We can't have this in our... So anyway, what's that story about? I think it's, can art become a poultice in a community that has been divided on sectarian terms while both being Christian? And can it, in a way, call to itself some of the anger and in a way, distress caused by the situation? And I would say, well, that was proof that could happen. But anyway, this is just an example that we are used to, in a sense, art existing within the safe confines of our fairly self-satisfied cultural context. But there is such a wide field. Art belongs in the world. It is an expression of life in all its diversity within the world, and is best seen in the world. So, you know, when I was growing up as a baby artist, you know, there was an enormous kind of rivalry and desire to be approved, to be validated by this or that important curator, or be collected by this or that important museum. But I just wanted to put the work in the world and then see what happens. And see, so that question, I'm still asking that question, what can art do? And it's a very big question, and I think of it, every work that I make is really asking that question. But the question is best asked in the world.
But Anthony, can I ask, we're actually out of time, but I want to ask...
Oh, sorry.
No. But I want to ask a question directly related to that, which is, you know, everything you say is wonderful and inspiring and deeply felt, but there are commercial realities to an artist's life. There are art fairs, there are galleries, there are collectors, there are exhibitions, there are opening parties. You know, how do you feel about that, and how do you reconcile it? Is that for you the price of making this kind of work?
There's a Robin Hood kind of part to all of this. I mean, no, there is no greater, in contradistinction to the rhetoric that I've just been uttering, there is no greater, in a way, honor that you can offer an artist then to agree to live with their work, and often part with significant amounts of money in order to do that. At the same time, I am very, very aware of the constriction in contact with art that happens as a result of really the gatekeeping function of both the museum and the private gallery. But at the same, having said that, I couldn't work without, I've got lovely Mario Cristiani here, and Tadeusz Ropak is standing at the back. They are essential, in a way, engines for me to be able to do what I do, and I am immensely grateful to them for the support, the enormous support that they give. But as I get older, I really feel that I need to use the time that's left to me to make more situated work. And what do I mean by that? I mean work that, so far as I'm concerned, the power of sculpture is that it can energize, identify, and open a place. And, projects like Another Place on Crosby Beach or the Angel of the North, you could say this is a totally pre-modern notion of what art can do. I mean, you could say it's totemic. So what are the Haida, Tlingit, Kwakwak great poles in northwestern America, in British Columbia? They are statements about, in a way, the long story of the genealogy of humankind within the greater than human world, celebrating belonging and, in a way, our situation in the chain of being. And I guess for me, the Angel of the North, this was a transitional object in psychological terms for a community that had been told that it had no, in a Milton Friedman term, had no right to a future. So I wanted to make an object that with all of them as collaborators, with the shipbuilders, the engineers of the Northeast, to make this thing that would say, no, we do have a right to a future, and this is what we can do. This is what we've learned in the last 250 years, since the Enlightenment, since the Industrial Revolution. And this is going to be, in a way, a sign to the world that we believe in our own future, even if international economics does not. And I mean, it's a rare thing, because you could say, well, the work like this, exposure, this hasn't done the same job. It's a different kind of project. But that possibility to work collectively to make something that becomes then a focus for hope, as well as an expression, in a way, for me, the Angel of the North is a meditation on our relationship to our extended arm, to our technology. But it has become, and this is not something that you can, as it were, predict. It has become, in a way, a regenerator. And the Angel was followed by the Baltic, then by the Millennium Bridge, then by the Gateshead Music Centre, all of which has sort of fed into a revitalization of the Northeast. I played a very small part in it. I went there with an idea, and as I was walking up this mound that was made out of the destroyed pithead baths of the Lower Tean Colliery, the councillor, Pat, said, Mr. Gormley, what we need is one of your angels. And I was a bit surprised, because I didn't know that anybody knew that I had made this sort of standing body case with extended wings. And I said to him, well, if you're serious, Pat, it'll have to be at least 3 double-decker buses high. And he went a bit quiet. But anyway, I mean, that was just the beginning of the story. But you know, there's another example of a collaboration that I didn't know that he was going to say that. I didn't know that that was possible even, that, you know, something with 54-meter wide wings would be able to withstand winds of 150 miles an hour. But with the help of the engineering department of Newcastle University, we did it. And the thing is still there. I'm amazed that it's still there.
Anthony, I think on that note of the angel with its wings outspread presiding over us, we must stop. But thank you so much for your wonderful eloquence and insights.
Thank you. After you.
As a Greek Australian, I have to say that Inside Australia touches me. Also, your work in Delos touches me, and thanks God that archaeologists have seen the light of day and have allowed Anthony's work to live in an ancient island like Greece, like Delos, because he has this ability to connect, to go inside not just individuals, but inside a nation, inside people, inside a heritage. So thank you very much, Anthony. That was very inspiring. We now have a coffee break or a champagne break. Get a glass of champagne and you can go to Agora for a tour, a virtual tour of Phoenix Museum, the new migration museum that's opening tomorrow. You'll be the first to see it. Otherwise, you can meander here, have a coffee, maybe even speak to Marilena Kutsuku for our plans for Art for Tomorrow talks at Art Athena in September. And more to come right here in 25 minutes. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to begin. Thank you.
Good morning or afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here with you, and I'm here with one of the titans of the Italian art world, and I would say the international art world, the very prominent gallerist Massimo De Carlo, who I'm sure all of you know, and some of you will have visited his beautiful gallery, whole building, which we saw yesterday. Massimo, very warm welcome to you and to Art for Tomorrow.
Thank you.
We only have 15 minutes, so I'm not going to be doing one of my little introductions. Instead, I would like to just... is your microphone working? Can we do...
I don't know.
Can you hear Massimo? Can you do Massimo? Buongiorno. Can you do...
Buongiorno.
Can you all hear Massimo? Okay.
Okay.
Great. So we are here in the city of Milan. As it happens, I lived in Italy in the early 2000s, so it's been a while. And I come back all the time. And when I used to come to Milan, I was living in Rome, the museum scene here, or the contemporary art scene, was not so developed. You were really one of the key players, and there were not many other players here at the time. And I think that in that space of time, we've seen the birth of these private art foundations, the Pirelli Angarbicocca, the Pirelli Art Space, which has dedicated itself to contemporary art. And then we've had the Fondazione Prada, and then there have been other foundations. So the long story that, the question that I'd like to put to you is, how is Milan doing right now in terms of the art scene? Because to me, it does seem that it has evolved a lot and improved a lot.
Well, Milan got a kind of focus on the city when Expo 2015 has been made. Occasionally, the Prada Foundation was set in the same year. I don't think it was a coincidence, but all this relevance, of course, that everybody can see now has a long story. Has a long story because we can't forget that Fontana used to live here, and
Lucio Fontana.
Lucio Fontana was living here since the 30s, the 40s, and before there was an entire a number of players in the art, in the architecture, in the design that made Milan a kind of unique ecosystem. Imagine, so what we are seeing now in terms of art, in terms of architecture, is coming from a long time ago. Imagine that we are here now, we are here in this building that was made by an architect who was in a school that was the same school that gave us the president, which is the same school that gave the mother of the president, that was an esteemed designer, which is the same school that made my gallery and the building we were yesterday in Arengario, which is the Politecnico. Imagine that Prada is an own family company since more than 100 years. Just to understand that when we talk about art and we talk about culture, this is not casual.
No, of course not.
This is coming from a tradition. Occasionally, this tradition has the chance to be seen by the world.
Okay, got it.
And this is one of these
I understand.
cases.
It's a long-standing thing. Art didn't just arrive in Milan. We, of course, know that. This city has been a very, very important center of culture for hundreds of years, and a center of art, and a center of architecture. That's, of course, clear. Massimo, I also wanted to ask you, you know, I live in London, as some of you here do as well, and in London, you know, there is this tax law that has changed quite dramatically recently, and as of early April, a lot of people who were living in the UK but not tax domiciled in the UK, as you know, they were called non-doms, can have to pay tax on all of their income. And so a lot of them have moved to Milan. And I wondered what, you know, impact that has on you or on Milan or on the art scene here, the gallery scene, the collector scene.
I don't think that there is any impact, to be honest.
Why not?
Because it's an artificial world. I mean, the main work of these people is to do not pay taxes, and not to be involved in culture or in art. I mean, their work is to save money, and they would go in a desert if there would be a rule that allowed them to do not pay taxes. Is a completely.
But they buy art. They collect art. They come to you.
They buy art, but I mean, it's not relevant for, I think, for the art in general, and neither is relevant for the culture, I would say.
I see. Okay. Well, that's.
I think is artificial. I mean, it makes sense because they provide a lot of money to restaurants, to the economy. They change the market price of the houses and the building midtown Milan, and this is very good for who owns those houses, but doesn't really affect, these things.
Fair enough.
Also because usually the real fact is that they stay here 185 days. The number of days that is necessary
to maintain the status.
To maintain the status.
Okay. Let's move on to sort of bigger subjects. The art world right now is going through some tremors. I think the whole world is going through tremors, every sector. But the art world in particular, and you were recently in New York. You told me you were at TEFAF New York, and my understanding is that things were not so rosy this year. Can I get you to talk? Yeah.
Well, I confirm that the art world is, let's say, needs firmly to rethink the standard of his business model. It's a difficult, a difficult moment, but I would say at the same time, that too many times we consider culture like an oasis of good health, and I do not think that this is the right status to be in a cultural scene. I mean, the right status, I mean, what is culture needs, in order to be real culture, needs to be anxiety, needs to be research, needs to struggle in order to come to ideas. And so I think that this crisis will be very good for artists that sometimes are too, let's say, happy to have an easy career.
Yeah, but you were also...
which was not true at all until 30, 40 years ago.
It's true, but you're saying also that you have to change the business model on your side. You're one of the world's big...
Everybody needs to change the business model because we are all connected. Well, there is no answer right now because we are living in a moment. Everybody in his own is thinking about what are the necessary things to do. We are in a moment that maybe, who knows, the most optimistic can think that, and I'm not between them, the most optimistic can think that is maybe just the fact that there are two wars, that maybe the economy, that maybe the tariff, talking, gossip, the financial, you know, and this make our artwork very, let's say, weak in this particular moment. I'm thinking that is a good opportunity to reset relation between all the players in this business, which means museum, which means collector, artist, everybody.
Yeah, and my understanding, speaking to a lot of gallerists off the record, is that the business is really, really tough right now, that the gallery business really is in a very, very major crisis, and it's not just a cyclical thing. Am I right?
Yes and no. I would say that I mean I can talk for my personal thing, but I think that we are more or less in the same position. I'm talking about my colleagues. The number of invoices in the last year increased. The average value is decreasing. Okay, so the problem is not that there is no request of artwork. There is an enormous request of artwork. The people, collector, wants to be involved in collecting and in buying artwork. The real problem of art, if I can extend a little bit your question, is that we accepted the entire artwork, and I'm talking about curator, artist, the entire art system accepted a narration about art that is not our narration. It's very simple. I mean, in the 80s and in the 90s, more in the 90s than the 80s, the narration was made by finance, by economics. I mean, to buy art was a good deal, an investment. You had people buying art because they wanted to be part of the deal, let's say. And for people that is in the art world, this was never a truth, because we know exactly what we offer. We know exactly that we offer artwork that has risk. And the reason they have risk is because they are part of a culture. There is no culture if you don't accept the risk of failure. The only possibility that you have to build a real culture is before to make building like this, you made buildings that doesn't work.
Yeah, I hear you.
So,
we've only
so
got a
this
minute.
narration, which was the only narration that was told by auction houses, by colleagues, even by artists that were in the business, and they were every 3 months calling the dealer, and the gallery says, hey, why we don't add a 15% to our prices? This narration made their time. It was good because gave wealth to everybody, to culture, to business. But now the artist and the artwork needs to have a different narration.
I hear you. Unfortunately, we have less than a minute left, but I'm going to go over by maybe a couple minutes, because I'd really like, if you'll allow me, Massimo, to ask you this last question, which I know you've been asked a lot, and you're probably sick of it, but I'm going to kind of change the question a little bit. I don't know if all of you are aware, but many years ago, Maurizio Cattelan, who was represented by Massimo De Carlo, took a lot of masking tape and taped Massimo to the wall. You can all go and look at the image, and poor Massimo spent hours taped to the wall, and it must have been painful, all kinds of things. And so now, Massimo, the only reason I bring that up, I wouldn't have brought it up, except that last fall, a banana that Cattelan, as you know, had taped to the wall in Art Basel Miami, came on the market. It wasn't the same banana, of course. As you know, at auction, it sold for $6 million or so. And I just wanted to ask you, Massimo, from what you know of Maurizio and your knowledge of art history and everything, how do you rate the banana as an artwork?
Okay. I think the banana is a very good artwork because it's coming from the tradition of the ready-made and is a specific, let's say, object, not the banana, but the tape itself. And there is a specific object that was related to the language of Maurizio when he taped me to the wall. I would say that this somehow, it refers about what I was saying about the narration that was imposed. Because at the end, the thing is this. It's like the problem. Before was me, and then was the banana. Yeah. So we have a problem that is similar at the end to the chicken and the egg. Who's coming first? The history of art says that I came first.
You did.
Because it's there. But the market give more value to the banana, and that's it.
Massimo, you were not for sale, thankfully.
Well, I was, but with a much lower price.
Oh, you were for sale?
Yeah, because there were pictures of
the photographs were
documenting the performance, and most of them were unsold.
Oh, unsold?
Yeah, unsold for years. So thanks to the banana, we made some little good business.
Really? You sold those photos on the back of the banana?
There was one in Paris last year.
How much did that sell for?
180.
180,000
so it was 30 times less than
for
the
the
banana.
picture of Massimo taped to the wall.
30 times less than the banana.
Well, still.
But real money.
real money.
Because there was
not crypto.
Not crypto.
Well, on that note, thank you for so graciously replying. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I would like to now invite to the stage my colleague Scott Rayburn, who will be moderating the next panel. Thank you so much.
want to sit?
How do you want us to sit?
Where you want. Where you want. I think I'm here.
I'll let,
Waiting for Anna.
let Alan sit here? Sorry.
Sure.
Actually, put Alan next to me. Then I
Of
can
course. Please. All yours.
The gentleman.
Oh, fantastic.
Please.
Brilliant.
Such a gentleman. You're such a gentleman. Grazie mille. Addirittura due. I have two now. No.
Right. The art market. Let me start by introducing my esteemed panelists. On my immediate right, we have Alain Servet, who is an incredibly active and knowledgeable collector from Brussels. I don't know any other collector who travels to as many art fairs and biennales as Alain. And I don't know an art collector who is as opinionated as Alain, which is great. Next we have Elena Bonanno, who is going to lead Thaddeus Ropack's new gallery in Milan, which is opening in September.
Yes.
And she is a very experienced... Sorry, Karen.
No, mid-September.
Yeah, and she is an extremely experienced gallerist who worked for several top galleries in London beforehand and has now moved to Milan. And then at the end of the row, we have Pearl Lam, who the Financial Times described as the powerhouse of China's art world. And over a period of 3 decades or something like that, she has been a sort of single-handed force of globalization in introducing Chinese contemporary art to the Western world and creating a dynamic trade and interchange of ideas between those two worlds. I was going to have a completely different brief introduction, but Alain said my approach is complete rubbish, so I'm going to do something different. And I was going to speak slightly personally. I've done this sort of art market session about 4 times now, and I've always slightly felt it's a sort of graveyard slot, because it comes after so many sessions where extremely eminent and brilliant people have spoken very eloquently about art, the role of art, museums, how art is going to change the world. I've come, 3/4 of an hour after Antony Gormley, which is one of the most sort of eloquent expositions of why art should exist in the world, and artists that I've heard for a very, very long time, and I'm sure you have as well. But what I would like to say is that the market matters. Giotto didn't work for free. Leonardo da Vinci didn't work for free. And Antony Gormley doesn't work for free. Now, what I want to do is ask the panelists why the market matters, why it's important in a wider sense for the world of art of which this conference is part. Let's start with you, Alain. Why is the market important?
You have the same reaction as I do, because when I was listening to activists and biologists and artists, and even admiring the fantastic job of those deaf language translator, which are really admirable, I was wondering, why did they invite a useless capitalist?
Good point.
A guy. So I said to myself, then I recognized as well that even when I was listening to Theaster Gates, who was talking about the fact that many of his friends were losing their job right now in the US because of the Trump DEI situation. Alvaro Barrington was talking in the same way about how to make the link between what he called the art industry and what he was doing in the community. Then I realized that, in fact, the art market was present in all the talks that were given today, because one thing changed dramatically in the last 20 years is that, for a stupid reason, at the moment, everywhere in the world except the Middle East, the public authorities decided that culture was for the wealthy.
and that the wealthy should take care of the funding of culture by themselves. So everywhere in the world there's decrease in the amount of money available for art and culture in any of this form. So of course, caveat emptor, meaning that the void must be filled, and it's the private sector that moved in. Private sector in many different forms. And so I give a few examples, practical examples, because I hate to speak theoretically. So you will hear a lot of examples and names from me today. The Venice Biennial. Everybody knows it's the most prestigious event in the world, but every insider knows that there is no money for the artists to pay the artists to travel, even to fund the works most of the time, and the galleries have to step in. Same problem with the museums today. The museums are out of money everywhere in the world, from the Tate Modern to any museums around the world. And of course, there's also sometimes blames that are made to galleries for stepping in and funding and taking, of course, some advantages because they are private institutions and they need to have a return on what they're investing. So that's the way it is right now, and this is why the market is central to everything we've been discussing. Now the question is the art market doing a proper job or not? And that's maybe what we'll be discussing today.
We'll move on to those details in a minute. Anna, why do you think the market is important?
I think it's always been important, and it's always been mostly privately funding. I mean, from the Medici to the Thyssons to the biggest family. So I don't think there is any changes. The only shift, I would say, is nowadays the big galleries have a big role in order, because there's less funding from the governments, and so we have to step in order to give platforms to the artists that we are building their legacy. That's what I think, but it hasn't changed.
But there's always a problem with it. We talk about the big galleries, but there's somehow a prejudice about these commercial institutions somehow is a less pure form of patronage, isn't it?
But that again, it was the same thing in the 60s when Leo Castelli was very close to the MoMA. I mean, story repeats. I don't think it has really changed. It's just different names.
Pearl, what do you think?
The same thing, I support what Elena said. Who's going to pay the artist if there's no art market? I mean, good old days, you have patronage. You have, aristocrat having a patronage over the artist, but today you need the will to be, you need the oil will. So you need to create an art market for the artist to create the work, and also, so you need to talk, you need to create some credibility for the artist as well. It's both things has to work together.
Okay. Well, we've established why the art market is important, but now we have the issue of the art market is in a problematic phase at the moment, if it is a phase. Last night in Sotheby's, this week are the big so-called marquee sales, the biennial series of sales at Sotheby's, Christie's and Phillips, and the most highly estimated work was a Giacometti bronze bust, and it was estimated at $70 million, and it failed to sell. And this was, in symbolic terms, a pretty bad sign for the top end of the art market. And then, if we look back over the last couple of years, sales have been in decline for last 2 years. The art market is in a difficult place. What's gone wrong, Anna?
That's interesting difference of view. What I call the art market stakeholders, or the one that are part of it, say everything's fine, nothing changed in the Medici. I heard the same arguments even about the NFT. The NFT guys were saying, oh no, it exists since the Medici and the whole thing. But I'm also listening to Antony Gormley, and one of his talks, he said, art is today is commodified. I'm agreeing that art is commodified today, because if you go to an art fair today, 90% of the art is looking exactly the same. You know, it's not different. It's one name to the other. So the way the evolution, and when you were comparing about Leo Castelli, you know, just in terms of figures, at the time, even in current dollars, because it's easy to speak about, oh yeah, it was the same, except that at the time, the art market was as big as this. I started collecting 30 years ago, the art market was like this. Now the art market is a story of roughly $60 billion. At the time, it was maybe 20 or something like this. So it's in
Sorry, Alan, can I jump in there, but as a point you continue?
So the thing...
Sorry, can I just interrupt? The thing is that the art market over the last, since 2011 though, has flatlined.
Exactly.
And that's, carry on.
So, and why did it flatline? Why is, in fact, because we're talking about crisis recently, but the art market is flat since 2010. Some people would say, oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, but then you ask yourself, why are other rich men toys increasing in terms of volumes, like watches or cars or real estate? Why is the art market stable? And it's an important question because artists need to be funded. I think one of the problems is, and I'm coming from finance, is that when I entered the art world, I was overwhelmed the last 15 years by the fact that people pretending, there's a whole industry pretending that the art world is an investment. And it appeared very clearly that it's not functioning as an investment in terms of transparency, you know, in terms of consistency, because something that one of the best kept secret of the art market is as well is that you have some works, you know, Damien Hirst is selling for $1 million in a gallery, but you can get the same in an auction house for 300,000. You know, in the luxury good industry, they don't accept that there's such a difference between prices and the thing. Or, you know, I'm thinking just an example because I see the wonderful Jeff Koons yesterday, but it said that the Hulk was selling for 3.3 million at Frieze, but yesterday one good exemplary sold for 1.5. So, you know, there's such a big difference in price between primary and secondary market, but it does not exist if you want to make an investment. So people sometimes buy for 3 million and they see something coming for even less, because it happened to me that I bought a David Douar that was selling for 30,000 at a fair Arco, and I paid $1,000 at Philips for a very good work. So one of the problems is that people don't believe in it. So suddenly the hot money went out of the art world, and that's what's stagnating in the last few years. The second problem is ethics.
Let's move on before we move. Elena, you're about to open a very prestigious gallery in Milan. Now, Milan has, over the last, I don't know, 5 years, well, since Brexit, has changed and become a much more dynamic, more international center, I believe. Wealthy people have moved in. A taxi driver told me that there are now 27 billionaires.
Yes, I was asking you who told you that.
Yeah, it's a taxi. Taxi drivers know about this stuff.
They know a lot of things, the taxi drivers.
That 27 billionaires are living in Milan. Now, was this a factor in Thaddeus's thinking that you should set up a gallery in
so you
Milan?
mean that I have to chase the 27 billionaires?
Well,
now?
often art chases, often, to be fair, often art chases
No, we
well.
haven't. We didn't have that data given by a taxi driver.
You hadn't spoken to that cab driver?
No, I haven't spoken to the same taxi driver.
Yeah.
So we based our strategy on other factors.
Okay, such as?
Such as, well, Italy always been the art crib. I mean, I don't want to sound pompous, but you know, Italy's Italy. Wherever you go, you don't need to be in Milano. You can go to Pavia, to Parma, to everywhere. I mean, you have, and Thaddeus has been very active, institutionally wise, in Italy for his rosters of artists, and we're very much of a European gallery. So I think the choice was very natural as a next step. Milano is probably the most European city in Italy, not just geographically, but also the dynamic. It's a very, very, has a buzz, always had.
But you're the first major international gallery to set up a branch in Milan in recent years. Do you think others will follow?
Well, I hope so. Okay. We believe in collaboration, why not? Okay. There is room for everybody, and absolutely.
Okay.
And it has the wealth, which,
Utterly.
you know, I mean, supports our sector, going back to your first question, so.
Pearl, what about China and Asia? In recent years, it's been such a driver of the expansion of the art market, driven so many high prices at auction. Now, as has been well documented, the Chinese economy has stuttered to a certain extent in terms of growth. What's happening now?
I think in China, the biggest thing is, let's talk about these international art, right? Any international art, especially from America, last year you have to pay a tariff of 12%, and last week was 155%, and yesterday they came out with 25% tariff coming in. Who's going to show any of these, American artists in America?
Is it the uncertainty surrounding these tariffs?
The uncertainties, of course, you know. Yeah. In general, the market is the economy is bad. We have a property crisis. We have a control of capital control. That means that you basically cannot pay outside China. You have to pay everything within China. So that's very difficult to move money outside China, and also in low consumption and employment. So basically it is a very bad economy. But at the same time, the technology is just go haywire. Sure. This is the conflict between the two. So with the bad economy, and people are very reluctant to spend. If they want to spend, if they want to buy art, they won't buy in China today. Okay. Because they don't want to show that they're buying. They won't want to go to an auction to show that they are actually spending money. They don't want the tax bureau to chase after them.
Okay.
So of course, Hong Kong was the other major part that you do transaction in Hong Kong. So Hong Kong has the best infrastructure. So you have all the people from Korea. Koreans also come to Hong Kong because of the tax.
Freeport.
People, collectors coming to Hong Kong, and all these, you know.
But one of the key drivers of the extraordinary prices paid for at auction for young artists was Asian bidding. Has that kind of frothy speculation, that seemed to evaporate, that Asian bidding? Will that come back or not?
It is, you have to see in different generations. The generations which was they all studied from abroad, they went back home. In the 20s to early 30s, they only buy international artists. So whatever America is selling, they buy the same artist. And they usually would buy outside, would collect outside China. Because when it comes into China, import tax, VAT, whatever, they would stop it. But today it's less because the parents has less money, they want to keep cash.
Okay. Anna, going back to this key issue of art for investment, we've talked about this quite a lot. Is one of the reasons the market has cooled is that there has been a crisis of confidence in the whole idea of art being a good investment among wealthy people?
Yes, because there's a mentality today of speculation in every part of society. You know, everything that is speculative, whether it's cryptocurrencies, NFT, Ferraris coming out of the garage, it's the same story. But the second element, which I think is problematic in the art world that I think should be taken care of by the industry itself, is ethics. Nobody from the stakeholders, again, speaks about ethics, but I will mention a few names you know very well. Yves Bouvier, Ingo Friedrich, Lisa Schiff, Ingo Aschermann in Switzerland and Germany. I personally had to intervene in different cases. I had the case of a gallery in Spain that asked me to intervene to have a collector, a very well-known and respected collector, to pay for works that he took delivery of, and suddenly he didn't want to return any calls for more than 1 year, and I had to call him and say, you cannot do that, you need to pay the works. Or I had to intervene for an artist that had a gallery in Belgium, and the gallery didn't want to return the works without the artist paying a kind of a fee because he had been shown for twice in an art fair. So the gallery said, okay, you can leave, but you need to pay me such and such for the things. So the number of cases like this are numerous, and nobody's talking really so much about it. But I say for very often that one of the reasons is not that, of course, it's not the case for everyone, it's only a minority, but this minority should be cleaned up by the industry.
But is it, sorry to interrupt, but isn't one of the great attractions of the art world is that it's unregulated? That's what brings in this money.
I don't think it's an attraction. You can think that going around the West with your cold guns and shooting on the Indians and everything is quite fun. But if you want to grow and create a stable funding for the art, which is, let's go back to what I said. It's not about the art market. It's not about the speculators. It's not about the galleries. It's about funding culture. And if you want to really create a stable funding of a culture, you need to have a minimum of ethics. And I had even the case, again, I was in Berlin, I was talking to a major museum director, he was talking to collectors, and I said, when he was finished his meeting, I said, what do you prefer? You prefer collectors or artists? He said, artists. I don't want to speak about artists anymore, because I'm so tired of those artists that go on a stage and speak about helping the other, being nice and being open to humanity and wanting, and then they treat the people that are hanging their works like dogs. And they're insulting them because they're not late for the things.
Okay,
happens quite often.
Okay, well, it's.
But that's the reality of the art world.
They're not that bad, the artists. I mean,
not all of them, but quite a few are.
I think
I have a residency, and every time an artist take off,
yes,
difficulties.
Okay, well, let's use another E word, which I think is quite important, is elitism in the art world. Because in recent years, as prices have gone up, I think in terms of general perception with the public, people have felt the art world more, particularly the commercial art world, more and more remote. Going into a top gallery, even like ROPAC, is a pretty scary experience.
Is it?
Yeah. I'm still terrified of going into Gagosian and White Cube.
You put a sofa in the entrance.
And how long you need to wait to get a prize?
And the thing is that to be
how many people you need to call to get a prize?
There are no prices anywhere. There's very little explanation on the walls of a top gallery. You are meant to know. It's extremely scary. And then, of course, asking a price.
No, we want to interact.
Absolutely.
We're not a museum.
Well, the thing is that the people who work in these galleries often are quite imposing and terrifying. And
I'm not.
No, you're not. You're not, but you're an exception. But to be taken seriously at top gallery, what is the entry level? How much money have you got to drop to be taken seriously? 100,000?
No, absolutely not.
No. What do you think? What do you say, Alain?
I would say, I use simple definition. What I call a mega collector buys 25 works a year. Okay, so that's what I would say. So 25, let's say, they don't buy too much at Tadeusz ROPAC, which 100,000 probably on average would be 2.5 million. So, but if you buy less,
absolutely not.
No, of course not, because there's one. But I mean, if you buy 25, you don't buy only at Tadeusz ROPAC, which you should, because it's fantastic galleries.
Okay.
And I adore Tadeusz, who's a remarkable dealer I know for 25 years, and I have enormous respect for him. So there's no doubt. But this is the way we're talking about the reality of the art market. I would say probably $1 million a year to be taken seriously.
But what do you think about the issue of elitism in the art world? Is it different in your region?
I think in average, it's more or less the same. But you expect to walk into a gallery in Hong Kong or in China to be more friendly. We talk to people.
And that
when
is
you-
the case, is it?
I mean, now I think Hong Kong is getting really bad because they've taken the attitude of a gallery in the West, because you walk in, people would say hello to you. When we first opened, everybody would say, hello, how are you? Nowadays, no. It's changing. It's evolving, learning from the West. It's less friendly. It's more intimidating.
Okay, okay.
I agree.
But I don't think it's the West, sorry, no.
Carry on.
I completely disagree.
But when you walk
I think
Elena,
it's
what
a
would you
question
like
of
to say?
education. I mean, you
Sorry, what
say
would you
hello,
like to
good morning. I mean, you welcome people. In none of my 22 years of experience, maybe I haven't, I don't know, but it's very important. It's also
Try to enter another gallery than yours where you know everyone. But try it, because even me sometimes, if I'm not known, I almost don't visit a gallery, whatever it is, without taking an appointment.
The younger salespeople, we train them to be nice. Clients are very important to a gallery.
Yes,
without clients, without artists, you don't have
Sorry,
a gallery.
Pearl, what do you think, Pearl?
When someone comes in, they look at the work, most of the people is sitting inside. Unless someone shows interest, of course the sales come in, and they're very nice. Every of our galleries, we produce very nice. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you walk into the gallery, the reception there is usually, they won't talk to you, it's normal. But I'm saying that when I first opened in Hong Kong or in China, whether you have someone coming in, they get very excited, even people sitting there, and they are really friendly. But now it's all changed because we adapt to the Western way of, and when you come in, we say hello, that's it. They wouldn't go and do extra help. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that when someone's saying that it is interesting, people are not nice. Everybody. I think all the
Well, then I think
salespeople
it's
are
a
nice.
big mistake. Last night I was talking to a colleague of mine, and we were
By
on
the way,
my
if
sofa.
you think this is boring, you can just ask a question and we can change the subject.
No, it's exactly that.
Carry on.
She said, she said, when you're in business, you have to look at the longer term. Yes, of course, you can come, I have a key for you want, and this is the price, either you buy it or not. But you are selling in a gallery emotions. You're selling a taste. And when we go back to the market, and before when we went the corridor, I kept saying to Alain and to Pearl, our market has one element that no other market has.
Absolutely.
It's taste.
Okay.
And this is why, going back to last night, yes, of course, you look at Giacometti, it behind. You look at other things, it behind. But nobody looked at the George O'Keeffe, had 30 bids on it.
Okay.
So it's all about taste.
We'll get back to that in a moment. But what I would take it...
I wanted to add for the elitism, just to give a viewpoint. The same way, because the problem when we talk about the art world, suddenly we forget about the rest of the outside world. So, of course, there's some kind of elitism in the art world.
I was hoping to get to that eventually.
But we should not forget the Maslow pyramids.
Yeah.
The Maslow pyramid means that to get interested by even your own self-fulfillment about culture or whatever, or even thinking about yourself, you need to have bread on table, you need to have a roof above your head, and everything.
But art isn't in that Maslow, but there is no inherent need for art, and that is one of the great problems of the art market.
Except maybe if the Maslow pyramid is about self-fulfillment, which means it's about...
I'm just making one point about when you go into a gallery and the importance of taste and all this. I went into a gallery with my daughter, and we went into Gagosian, actually. I can mention it. And immediately, a sales assistant came up to her, because they'd spotted she was wearing a Gucci bag. What they didn't realize was it was knockoff and cost 100 euros. But they brought her a sales sheet. That's what they actually look for when you go into a gallery, what you're wearing, the watch you've got on, the shoes you've got on, the handbag which I found quite sort of hilarious, but quite shocking, because they're looking at how wealthy you are as soon as you walk into the gallery. But now we move on to another point, is that given that the top end of the market is pretty sort of stagnant, and not really going anywhere. The funny thing is that the bottom end of the market is actually showing signs of life. And a number of people I talk to, galleries at that end, the sub $50,000 market is actually showing signs of life. Now, has the top end of the art market, in a sense, committed suicide by just concentrating on the super wealthy? Let's go to you, Pearl. What do you think?
I mean, as we just now, we were talking about it, even if you have a 27 billionaires here, it doesn't guarantee that they will sell. The same thing is you have to cultivate your collector. Doesn't mean that you have a billionaire you will buy. I mean, you cultivate your collector, you have to have them to trust you, to create passion. That is what we are doing. We create passion, we make them understand the artist, we sell knowledge. That's what I always say. We're not selling art, you're selling knowledge. And then your clients will come to you.
Okay. Ellen, do you think there's a case for regenerating the market by generating enthusiasm bottom up, by lower priced items, bringing in new collectors? You know, taste is incredibly important and emotion is incredibly important. Has that been neglected a little bit with people who haven't got super wealth? And do we actually need to cultivate these people more as the market seems to be in a longish term dip?
I don't think the market, God, these are many questions in one. Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I don't think the market is going down. As I said to you before, even though the other sectors are going up and there is a lot of money around, I think people are just more conscious of what they are buying. And the younger artists, I work less with the younger generation. It's not my field of expertise. What I would recommend is the long-term vision of an artist. If I were to be a younger gallery working it, we all been young, you know. Tadeusz Ropak was a younger gallery 30 years ago, with Baselitz who was 40 years younger. I give the example of Baselitz because I joined 6 months ago, and I saw the last show, and people are complaining, nobody's selling, and I saw the result of 40 years of being steadily behind an artist that was not at the price of today, and got sold, because we are selling knowledge, we are building a legacy for the artist, alive and then afterwards with their foundation, their estate. So going back to your question about the under 15K, yes, but you need to be put in the hands of a capable gallerist that looks at the longer term and not the short-term vision.
Okay. We are in a society that's obsessed with the short term, but that's it. Anna, how do you think things can improve in the market? What should happen?
One of the challenges, kind of a lethal challenge for the art market right now, is the enormous fixed costs that have been built. You know, the size of the galleries, the price of the art fair, the cost of international transport, the price of the real estate, which makes it difficult to get to that point of low price. Because again, practical example, sometimes I go around New York and I see good young artists and I ask, what's the price? Oh, very cheap, 20,000. I said, 20,000 cheap? And I said, you know what? For a young artist, first show in your gallery, this is much too expensive. But I respect the fact that your rent is 10,000 a month. But I say you should not present young artists in Manhattan, because it's impossible. And I say, me as a collector, I should not pay the real estate of New York. So I'd rather go to maybe Madrid, or maybe to, even if Berlin is expensive. But
maybe the gallery needs to be in New York because he's closer to the curators and directors of museums.
Yeah.
Maybe, but then you must choose, and that's what I say, that's the challenge.
They help
That's the challenge that there is right now, is that either you are very expensive, and you sell expensive in an expensive city. But the problem is, if you're talking about selling young art at a lower level, then you have a challenge with those fixed costs. And I'm not saying that I know the solution, I just know it's a big problem. Because the fixed cost right now, when I see the sizes, the number of galleries, the fanciness, the number of fancy dinners, even if dinners reduced, as you know. White Cube canceled this party in Art Basel, in Miami, which they did very well, because it's totally useless, because everybody goes, but the collectors, because not a collector would sit there, because they're sitting ducks like, with all the art advisors. I want to see you, I want to see you, I want to see you, I want to get you my cards. So no collectors would ever go to those parties. So they were useless. So, but it's reduced. So
I hear this again and again, that all art is just too expensive at the moment, at pretty well all levels. Would the market be revivified if just prices were cut? Would that encourage activity? Because it is happening at auction, whether people like it or not, it's happening at auction.
And that's the drama, is that right now there's two realities. There's the price you pay in Art Basel, and the price you pay at Christie's.
Yeah. Ellen, is there a case for cutting prices? I know you're trying to, well, no, that's the wrong...
No, I'm not trying to
I do sense in a way that your game might be a little bit of an outlier, but do you think there's a case for cutting prices? Or discounting, discreetly?
Of course you give discounts. No, it depends what you have as a piece of art, but let's not forget it's art. You need to give a value. We give values to everything in our lives, so it has a value. It starts at 15, it starts at 10,
art doesn't have an intrinsic value, it just doesn't.
What do you mean?
It doesn't have an intrinsic value. It's not a commodity. It's not like
no, it's not a commodity. As I said, and I truly believe it's about
all the values are
emotions
subjective,
and taste.
aren't they?
It's very subjective. So, and that's why it never really changed. When you see the famous UBS report that you were talking about, and 2 days ago at the Bocconi in another conference, they were asking me about. It has a value, but everything has a value in life.
Well, Pearl, do you think pricing is a problem?
I don't see prices as if you determine when you give a prize, of course you have to discuss, and the values of an artist is already discussed between their credentials and how they develop. There's a value. And if you have sold this artist of that value, you cannot just lower this is not a stock market, it's not a share price, it's not a product.
Yeah, but the thing is,
no, what was wrong? You know what was wrong, Scott? It was in the last couple. There was this hysteria with the younger artists, and that really. I read over the summer an article about it, where everybody wanted to buy younger artists. It was like the trend. So they came out of school. They were at 5,000, 10,000, and then within a nanosecond, they were at 100, 500,000. I mean, you could get a little drawing from Tintoretto, for 500,000.
That's another.
But then you get and then after 18 months, they went back to no sale at all.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm saying from the beginning. You need the gallerist, whoever it is, that is there and has a long-term vision and controls it, and not these ups and downs and these poor artists.
I give you one example because I see 5 seconds.
What we need is a question or two. Right, who would like to ask a question?
Ask my example. It's a good example.
Someone over there. Just in the third row, over there.
Hi, it's not the third row. I was going to ask this. What do you think about the Pace Gallery, and I don't know how many galleries are struggling financially. What do you think about the business model with the gallery model is taking 50% and keeping 50%? How artists and how your galleries could develop further business models other than one item, one sale? Like how do you think about the innovation could be maybe collaborations amongst artists, maybe one painting could be a one sculpture, maybe one painting could be also an olfactory component, maybe. How do you think about developing the outdated business model that currently is in the gallery space.
So you're saying that what is problematic is the 50-50, well, it's not always 50, but 50-50 split artists. Okay, well, some quick responses from galleries?
I would say that, yeah, but strangely enough, I've been critical of galleries, but I can tell you only galleries can provide you the galleries premium. That's what I call the galleries premium. If you mean that, let's say that your works cost 1,000 euro to produce. To sell it for 25,000, you need the prestige that the galleries and the whole infrastructure that the galleries pretend to say. Because if you sell it online, you're going to sell it for 2,000. You go to Artsy, you go to Saatchi online, and the whole thing. So unfortunately, there's no alternative to the gallery system.
Okay, well, let's get a couple of gallerists on this. So what do you think about the 50-50 split? Is that an outmoded model?
Do you want to go?
Okay.
Like, I go.
Yeah.
Quickly.
The split is the support to infrastructure, as Alain said, and also an artist, you have to do marketing, you have to you have to build credentials. I mean, artist's career, without that, then that credentials become supply and demand. It's a product. We have to give values. That is what the 50% is about, because we have to build a career for the artist. It's all long term.
And Eleanor, final word.
Well, it depends. It can be 50-50, and then the more they're successful, it goes up to even 80-20 for the galleries.
Absolutely.
But the gallerist has all the costs. And I swear, catalogs, shows in museums, the marketing, the communication that we have to encounter is massive.
Okay.
So it's a teamwork between the artist and the gallerist.
It's a pure collaboration.
Yeah.
Okay, we have to wrap it up now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well done, guys. Well done, Alan. Excellent.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Thank you.
Announce the next.
Oh, right, okay, which is...
Am I fired or?
Which is... I've got... Well, sorry, could pass me the agenda. Next panel is... Okay. Now we're going to have a lightning talk from Hui Correa, art historian and founder of Coleccionista. The title being, What is Untradeable? Which is a nice follow-on from what we've been chatting about. Okay, thank you.
Hello, 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 hello. As we've been talking about New York, we've been talking about finance, we've been talking about New York. Let's see what we did at the World Trade Center.
Hi, everybody. I'm Eneri, a Brazilian contemporary artist. I started On Picho movement. That is a street art movement with punk roots. And
I'm João Correia. I'm an art historian who tries to make sense what's relevant in contemporary art from the perspective of world making, ethics, and the theory of complexity.
this is Rio Grande do Sul, a south state in Brazil. And last year, was passing to a climate issue, and this state is the same size of Italy.
And this is the Cracolândia. It's a district in São Paulo full of crack addicts. And this kind of social and environmental issues we have in Brazil is not just in Brazil, it's everywhere. This has to stop. And if we can't find hope and commitment in a forum like for culture and democracy with the theme of inequality, I don't know where else to look. I've been trying to give my contribution by facilitating dialogues based on contemporary art for hundreds and thousands of people and supporting artists like Eneri.
This is a building I painted in Rotterdam 2 years ago, and I wrote, how big is the debt of developed countries with the third world? I turn buildings into sites of debate to create impact and make people talk about what is necessary to be discussed. Last year, I was invited to create an installation on the 70th floor of the World Trade Center in the financial district of Manhattan. And I invited João to be my partner because I want to occupy this big space with much more than just writing, but with a concept and an idea. And we decided to mix the political messages with office, that is the history of the building, and then the Untradeable was born inside the World Trade Center.
What is the Untradeable? The Untradeable is a fictional organization. It's a conceptual think tank dedicated to the research, dissemination, and performance of change on issues that should remain beyond negotiation in life.
With this huge 2,500 meters, we decided to divide by zones. So as you can see, which one we put a different topic. North, it's planetary. West, inequality. South, immigration. And East, borders. But not only the borders that are geographic, but also the borders that we have inside of ourselves.
Now, what should remain untradeable in terms of the relationships between Manhattan and what is north of Manhattan, and what is south of Manhattan? We didn't really know. So we went to ChatGPT and we started to map out all these issues. And we ended up with a 500 pages conversation, which we put in the installation for consultation. In this process, we noticed, as Brazilians, some bias of artificial intelligence. So we started to find ways to go around it so that we could address the issues that we really wanted to address. Thanks to Yves Massiot from Mission Publique, who was our curator of partnerships and dialogues, we made a partnership with a number of organizations who are really specialized in some of the untradeable topics we wanted to address. So we had Yves Massiot and Mission Publique at the top. Then we have the Democracy and Culture Foundation. We have the Berggruen Institute, Civics Colombia, Sustainable Ocean Alliance, the Global Coalition for Inclusive AI, Apolitical Foundation, and this project was hosted by Silverstein Properties, the owners of the World Trade Center.
And when you left the elevator, this is the reception. So I will take you to a quick tour to Untradeable. This is our founder's office. We put it in front of the Statue of Liberty, so then we can always remember what we want doing this project and what we want to bring inside it. And facing the Statue of Liberty, I wrote on the windows, is belonging earned? Is liberty visible or felt? What does a welcome mean? And to the planetary zone, facing the Hudson River, I wrote, is this river still alive? Is nature on borrowed time? And coming back to immigration topic, are the borders made of fear? Is new life a right?
One thing you could not see in the pictures you showed, that you needed to look down to see the helicopters. We were really in the top of the world, and it was great to be talking about the Untradeable in that position. In order to take NLE's message like one step further and take them off the wall and make them become dialogues, we set up a number of different layouts to host the dialogues we wanted to host. So for example, on the top left, we have this format where there are 3 rings. So people in the inner ring, they are discussing, while people in the second and third ring are watching. And then you swap, so everybody has the right to participate. It's a highly democratic layout for discussions. On the bottom left, we have another format for discussions, which is like a fictional court. So this way we can have humanity on trial and have the next generations as judges. And while we are going from one dialogue hub to the other or walking around the installation, we have a 360-degree view over Manhattan. And that's part of the project, because if we are discussing inequality, looking at the Amazon, looking at favela, or looking at Manhattan, this has a completely different impression on our subjectivity.
In each corner, we create different types of interaction, because it's different when you talk to many people and when you write only to yourself. So this was a way I found to people be able to connect more with themselves. So in the Northeast, we have what is non-negotiable for you, and a girl answered her accent, and for me was interesting because it's something that I fight a lot, being a Brazilian. And how do you honor those who come before you on Southeast? And someone answered, I break the traumas that cross generations. And on North, we have what is our superpower as a citizen, with a collab with Yves Matthew. And it's the superpowers that we need to confront the issues of these days, like patient and human consciousness, and things that is normal but also is precious. And inside the installation, we had a secret space that are my paintings, are some pages of my diary. And this talks with the installation because it's how I feel, how I show my vulnerabilities, and how all these issues that we are talking affect me as a woman, as a human. And these are 3 examples, 3 pieces of this series. And also talks about my spirituality and what I do to protect me from all these issues and to be part of the changing and create a positive impact on myself and on other people. So what the mirror doesn't show to us, because sometimes we look our image but not our feelings through it.
So back to the Dialogues Hub I mentioned earlier, we hosted a number of sessions. And these sessions, they were addressing the untradeable topics for us. So, for example, like who decides who belongs is a session I hosted with NAD, where we'll show in a few slides later. We had another session called The Politician for a Day with the Apolitical Foundation. It's a foundation dedicated to training the political leaderships of the future. Should that be untradeable? Then another session we had was like mapping the citizen superpowers with Mission Publique, which she just explained. Sometimes we don't have energy to get up in the morning. We need to find some sort of a spark of resilience, and that's the superpower.
Here we had a talk about immigration and how the border affects us, and in the same, we are all the same, even we are different.
And in that previous slide, we had a Japanese lady that was sharing how difficult it was for her to be an immigrant. It's very interesting for us as Brazilians. We go through these issues, and we have a Japanese person with a completely different history, completely different economy, going through the same belonging issues. This is a strategy that I encourage you even to try at home. When we are having a dialogue, when we are having a discussion, we are missing out what the kind of how to assess the situation. Assign a chair to the next generation. Assign a chair to the living system or to the planetary, and see how that shifts completely the paradigm and the values in the discussion. This is a session we had with civics, and it was a session where it was a performance where we were like practicing what it is like to be a politician. And some of us left really depressed. Some of us left angry because we really feel how it's almost impossible to have representation when you're really wearing the shoes of the politicians.
And here we had the solo meditation, because he was walking through the space and he felt comfortable to do his own performance on the space.
Now, I talked earlier about how Untradable was committed to the performance of change. How does that really happen? So we have these partnerships with these organizations, for example, Sustainable Ocean Alliance, the Mission Publique, or Common Home of Humanity, or the Berggruen Institute, and they each are working on their agendas on these untradable topics. So when we host a session with them, like this information from the session, they can become a report, and this report can be used in meetings in their own missions and agendas. So for example, like a session with the Sustainable Ocean Alliance on the ocean generates data and information that can be used in the conference with the United Nations with our partners.
So this is the Untradable installation. Thank you everybody for your attention and for watching. And I hope you enjoy it. And if you want to know more, you just need to go to the website, untradable.org.
And I would like to thank you too. Here are our contact details if somebody wants to get in contact. And I hope this project inspired on how we can go beyond contemplation and actually dare to try and sculpt reality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, João and Aniri. It was wonderful to see that come to life. That was after meeting João last year in Venice, I believe. And then he told me about the project. Yves, who we work with the foundation, he's actually on our board, Yves Mathieu, also kind of pushed it to make sure that we included it here. So we're very grateful. Thank you for coming all the way from Brazil and then New York, well, New York directly, but from Brazil. So thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you for the space.
We're about to break for lunch. I don't know if Stefano, yes. Okay, Stefano Bareri, before we break for lunch, Stefano would like to say a few words to us, and also we would like to thank him again for the use of this amazing space over the last few days. So here he comes. Thank you, Stefano. And maybe we can give him a round of applause again for letting us use this gorgeous venue.
Okay, Achilles, what to add? Simply thank you so much. Yesterday night we were I was, let's say, listening to this amazing discussion on what cultural institutions should do. And I really thank you for what you have done in this day together with us. I believe that this, let's say, combination of different knowledges that are not diluting their skills, not abandoning the skills, but, let's say, refusing an ambiguous interdisciplinarity and deciding to work together observing the same issue. So concentrating their specificity around a same issue, the same subject, as we have done with inequality, as you are doing now, it's what we should do. So thank you again for being with us. Grazie. Grazie Achille, grazie Paolo.
Thank you. So lunch?
Lunch.
Please come back here in an hour for the panel on art in a time of war, and then Shirin Neshat, don't miss it, it's going to be incredible. And then we have Jeff Koons tonight, who's arrived, and a gift to the city of Milan, a public lecture that he'll give an interview with Farah Nayeri. Thank you.
Welcome back. And I know it's a bit tricky to come back from lunch, especially when the champagne is flowing. It's a bit of a surprise. We have Jeff Koons in the audience. And as I've mentioned, Jeff has been very, very kind to donate this image that we have imprinted on our Moleskine notebooks to mark the partnership with Moleskine Foundation, but more importantly, to mark the 10 years of Art for Tomorrow. And Jeff was there at the very first Art for Tomorrow, and a few others as well along the way. I thought, Jeff, it might be nice to hear from you just for a couple of minutes what was on your mind when you were drawing this beautiful image. So would you like to share?
Achilles, I don't know if I can go on for a couple of minutes, but no. But first of all, I've enjoyed Art for Tomorrow over the years. You know, art's an amazing vehicle that is able to not only continue to inform us of what our own personal potential is, but that we're able to share that with others, and that the whole community is able to really transcend. And Art for Tomorrow is about sharing the powers, the communication through the arts to the world. And so I've enjoyed being involved. But I was asked to make a drawing for the Moleskine cover. So I looked around, and I knew that it was going to be in a black and white situation to have a white imprint. And I looked at a drawing that I had made for a sun. And of course, the sun for me is a symbol of life energy. And you can just feel the growth, the biological growth, the way a biological element responds to the light of the sun. And I also noticed that I had some geometrical numbers here, mathematical numbers, like here was like a half inch recorded, 3 different type of locations. And I thought it was just a symbol that goes back to human knowledge and to growth.
Well, thank you, Jeff. You're such a great ambassador for Art for Tomorrow, and we look forward to the public event that we have this evening at Teatro Lirico. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll now call on Scott Rayburn, switching gears on another very, very important topic. So, over to you.
I need some panelists. Pop you there.
Sorry?
You will probably be the first person using that. And as you can see, it's simple back. Well, fiddle it right. You go.
Figure it out.
Nomi.
Thank you.
You will have to slightly bear with us because we're hoping to be joined by Yarina Chornohuz, who is an extremely brilliant young poet who is serving with the Ukrainian army at this moment. And we're hoping to start the panel with her reading a poem. I don't think she's logged in as yet, but hopefully we'll hear from her. If not, you'll have to tolerate me reading this poem. Just have to put up with that. But in the meantime, let me introduce the other panelists. So we have Nomi Bar Yaakov, an extremely eminent, award-winning international peace negotiator and associate fellow at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. She's often on television commentating on latest political events with much sageness, I would say. And then we have Khalid Al-Bai, who is a political cartoonist, Sudanese, but now based in Oslo and...
Between Doha and Oslo, yes.
Doha and Oslo. So, any sign of Irina? I don't think so. Okay. Now, what I'm going to ask is, for 2 minutes of your lives, if you could put down your mobile phones and don't look at your laptops. I know it's not the poet doing this, but I'm going to do it because I think it's a tremendous poem. I have had a glass of champagne and 6 coffees. I don't know whether it's going to work. And if I make a hash of it, just bear with me. But this is worth listening to. It'll take 2 minutes, and I'm as nervous as if I was giving a best man speech. A spot too red. Darkness, drunkenness, and each one of us goes alone in the dark, even though there's no breathing room here. Just shoulders, just bodies, in the dark. We each walk alone until it occurs to each of us that there was never any point in looking for support. All shoulders are too weak for the heart that beats in you, for the voice that speaks in you of a love that we've already forgotten to seek, for a love that became a sign, love of your own, love for its own sake. They don't believe in it, although in this world it's more like a sun than anything else. And the world says, with its male voice, you're a spot that's too red on a canvas, that's too greyish white, which makes the composition messy, so sloppily saturated in red when everything around demands the usual black, overcoming the revolting weakness of the female body, stepping over fallen trees, your skin wrapped in several rolls of ballistic nylon, feeling the protection of the silent iron in your hands. We each feel 2 things, darkness, drunkenness. We each go alone in the dark. Support is unnecessary. Support beats inside you and has a voice. All shoulders are too weak to support a single heart. Strong words are always too weak. A strong body is mortal. A voice won't die out if it knows how to be. There's a soldier girl in every woman who will have to pass through the dark alone. And all help is unnecessary, and all shoulders are redundant, and all the burden is for 2 hands alone, and all loves are lived and left, and all the solitude is yours. And the world's whole night is like one sun for one life. Powerful stuff.
Very powerful.
So, Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kashmir, the list of the world's major conflicts seems to be getting longer by the week. Nomi, are such conflicts more prevalent now than in previous decades or eras, excepting periods of all-out world war? If so, why is this the case? Has warfare, as The Guardian has recently suggested, become increasingly normalized internationally and the restraints of the global diplomatic system weakened?
Thank you very much, first and foremost, for having me here, Achilles and the Art for Tomorrow team. The nature and scope of war has certainly changed. It's no longer the same. Any individual can look up on the internet how to make a bomb, whether it's a chemical weapon, a biological weapon, even nuclear materials. You can buy the ingredients for most of those in the chemist, and you don't even need, a license. There are plenty of dual-use materials, like chlorine, for example, absolutely lethal. There is a crisis in leadership in the world, and that crisis is extremely detrimental to the state of the world. So again, where you have crisis in leadership, it really is up to the communities to change, but to force the change. But that requires some work, and we're seeing...
Can I just
yes,
ask
absolutely.
you, is that crisis of leadership a profoundly different situation from 20, 30 years ago?
Yes, absolutely.
How would you characterize that crisis then?
Well, I would say that there are countries that bragged about being the leading democracies in the world that are acting in an autocratic fashion. Maybe they will be the leading autocracies in the world, but they're certainly not democracies. So I think, yes, there has definitely been a very serious change in the last year, and not only one country. I mean, you see it sort of, there's populism, you know, it's become, due to the irresponsible role of the mega techs, it has become fashionable to be rebellious and anti-democratic. So it's a massive threat to democracy and the values of democracy as we know them. Yeah, and I certainly would say we're in a much worse place today than we were 20 years ago, without a shadow of doubt.
Kadi, what do you feel about this? You're a little bit younger, but do you, and I suppose what, you look at the newspaper, well, maybe you don't look at the newspapers every morning, you're probably like me and try to avoid it, but you're aware of the news, you're aware of the tumult in the world. Does this feel to you, you're from Sudan, does this feel a very profoundly different situation?
Yes, absolutely. This is a time, I think, where people like me, artists, activists, that now feel like we're in a different world because there's no safe space. Before, if you have issues with your dictator, as you know, as most political cartoonists do in the global south or the global majority, it's, you know, you always have countries that said, you know, we support freedom of expression, we support freedom of speech, we support democracy, that, you know, we can host you and you can continue your work. Now this does not exist. Or as we can see with all the deportations that are happening and, you know, so on. So for people like me, this is a very different time, actually. And for a lot of the organizations that work with artists and writers at risk, this is a very peculiar time, absolutely.
Okay. Now I was going to ask the question of Irina, but regrettably and very sadly she's not here, but I can ask you guys. Over the centuries, artists, writers, photographers, and filmmakers have forged powerful depictions of the madness and horror of war. Wilfred Owen's First World War poems, Picasso's 1937 painting Guernica, Joseph Heller's 1961 novel Catch-22 are just three famous examples. But we now live in an age of 24-hour online news coverage, YouTube videos, and social media posts. Have these desensitized our horror of war? Has drone footage turned war into a computer game? Has it become more difficult for the individual artists, has it become more difficult for the individual artist to make an impact? Naomi, what do you think?
I think that social media are playing by and large a very negative role due to lack of regulation. And I think that's a very, very serious issue, and I think they're certainly adding aid to the very disturbed minds of the young. I think they are playing shooting games from a very young age, and that's and that has become...
You're talking about the gaming culture.
The gaming culture, the gaming. I mean, you were talking about short videos, but it's also the attention span. But just, it's all about how many people or aliens or whatever you kill. I mean, so basically the culture of the gaming and the videos is extremely, extremely violent and extremely detrimental. So, you know, whether you've got drones and then the more sophisticated the games get and the more up to date they are, it just shows how the change in warfare has become much more dangerous today. Speaking earlier about the weapons of mass destruction, but there are also, of course, destructive drones that almost anyone can build, in their own backyard or in a tunnel, or so that's, I think, that's a very very serious issue. So I think it's become more complex, and it really boils down to the role of international law, international courts, and it should be banned. It's as simple as that.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that. But what do you feel about the issue of desensitization? I don't know whether someone like you would feel, because, I look at YouTube videos of the war in Ukraine, and then I suddenly think, well, these are human beings being killed here. These little explosions on the screen, and I feel almost sort of quite ashamed that I myself become desensitized. But what do you feel in this situation?
I'm from a generation that grew up with the internet, and we went from having one channel that's mostly kind of propaganda news, or this is what the government wants you to see, to the openness of the internet, which later on, of course, became kind of like the opposite of what it was supposed to do. And the motto, I think, of journalism, or some journalists, is if it doesn't bleed, right, it doesn't lead, which means like if it's not violent, then it's not going to sell, kind of moved on to the internet.
Yeah.
And now it's platforms kind of give way to that, give way to the bad news, and which later turned into violence and fake news and so on and so on. It's just, you have so many kind of outlets that are promoting that. And the sad thing as well with the whole concept of journalism as well is it's because fake news is free and proper journalism is behind paywalls, right? So this is what you're mostly, this is what you get. And especially for people like us, right, in the global south or whatever. So it's very complicated. And of course, it's not drone footage that made it look like, it's a war zone. It's actually drone rockets also, that these kids that were playing video games are now just playing video games with real people's lives. And this is what you see in the war in Gaza. It's all drones, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
And this is where we are right now. So it did open the floodgates to, the change in warfare itself. And for me as an artist, this was my only way. The internet actually gave me the space to be here and gave me the space to get in past these borders that, I would regularly need a visa to go through, right? And I got to start conversations with a lot of people, and I got to have my work show in places that it would never show. But now that internet is gone, so that only access is gone, and it's ruled by algorithms that sadly don't put that first.
No, the algorithms, just to add on to what Khaled said, the algorithms make it worse because the algorithms are promoting the violence. That once you start a game or you watch something on Instagram or TikTok or Facebook, and there is violence in it, they will promote it, and that's what your child or whoever is playing the game will get. So, of course, but to answer your question about desensitizing, of course there's a because that's become prevalent. That's what young people do. They shoot on the computer. So then it's, it's quote unquote normal for them.
I sort of stopped you, but you were beginning to talk about a possible, not solution, but a way to respond to it in terms of international relations and diplomatic relations. So could you explain?
No, I think it should be banned. I think there should be an international treaty. There's a European treaty. With AI, everything is fragmented. You don't have one international treaty that regulates what the moguls can and cannot do. And that's really where you need to strive for. And it's beyond urgent. I would say that that's the number one priority, because in terms of drawing a line under this madness that has become acceptable. It is acceptable for any child of almost any age to hold a gun on a screen. Holding a gun on the screen will then, of course, naturally want them to pick up a gun and fight. And what are they fighting for? They don't really know. And that makes it, of course, that you have mercenaries, it's much easier for those evil leaders with an agenda to recruit. So No. So the only way to deal with it is to have every country legislate, every community legislate, but also you need one overall treaty.
I also think as a viewer, I mean, you watch a video of, a child, just half of it is gone, and then you watch a building blow up, and then you watch a TikTok about food, right? So it's about food or fashion. It's like all these things that just makes other things look normal. Like
exactly.
You can't go from half a child to a video about food and then go on with your day. That's not normal. That's not supposed to be normal. And I think this is the main issue, that it became normal for us. I mean, now today I was just talking to a friend of mine. I woke up today with the news about there was an earthquake in Cairo. My parents are now refugees in Cairo after the war in Sudan. Half an hour later, we get news about one of our most famous young singers dying of a heart attack because of the stress of the war. And then I go to lunch, right? It's just, it's something that is...
How can this be combated as an individual? How do you combat that?
You don't. I really don't know. I really don't know. I mean, this is, it's such a position that, and this is me, I'm very privileged. I'm here right now. I'm not feeling any of this.
Is it an extension almost of the concept of the banality of evil?
Well, how to combat it, I think there is a role for every individual to play in how they combat it. It's first to acknowledge that this is happening. Once you acknowledge that this is happening, you're part of it. You're allowing it to happen unless you do something about it. And I think everyone, when they get up in the morning, brush their teeth, and hopefully meditate for a few minutes, should be thinking about what can I do within my skills, within my community, within my profession to reverse that? Because as I said at the opening, the change will come from the community. And it will come eventually, but it takes work. It takes individual work, and it takes community work, and it takes collective work.
What about the role of regulation, though? Is that possible at a time when the diplomatic system is severely weakened, if not near the point of collapse?
Well, there'll be a new diplomatic system. So you need to give the countries from the global south, and you've got BRICS, and you've got the old institutions, and you need new institutions, but you can't get rid of all the old institutions. Okay. So you basically need, for example, the Security Council is completely dysfunctional. That's an understatement. It's a disaster. So you need to reform the Security Council. The UN has zero credibility because the Security Council was formed in 1945. We're not in 1945 anymore. So you need to look at the old institutions and see how you can reform them, and you need to build new democratic institutions. For example, as Achilles' panel at the Delphi Forum highlighted, it's time to get a fourth pillar of democracy. You have the legislature and the executive and the judiciary with all of their problems, but it's time to create a serious citizens' assembly. It's time to give the power back to the people. And that's a process on all levels. It's an individual and a collective effort and a global effort. And it's really high time to do that.
You're tremendous positives, but
yes,
this is at the time when autocracy is getting more and more power in more and more countries, and it's an incredibly challenging moment, isn't it?
But it's
the only way to combat the autocracy is to take responsibility now, and not to be sort of like complacent. They've just deported this innocent person to El Salvador, and they're not going to send them back. Oh, really? Oh, that's okay. No, everyone has to take action. It's not okay, because if you want to fight the trend towards autocracy at present, and the trend, as I said, we're not in the same place as we were 10, 20 years ago, then we each have an individual responsibility, whether it's in the arts, whether it's in music, whether it's in IT, whatever your skills are, you, every individual, we have a responsibility to do our bit, and that's where the change will come from.
Kali, you were going to say something?
No, I was just saying also, I mean, our role as artists is to innovate. So we have a huge take in this. We are the people that are supposed to invent and imagine a better future, and we're supposed to give it that chance, right? We're not supposed to be locked in a place talking about art.
Talking of that, let's have a look at some of your work.
I don't know. This is, there we go. Oh, there you go. So
okay.
this is about exactly what you were talking about, is that we cannot see what's going on in the world today and just pass by it and just give it a like or give it a share and move on. Like, this is all we can do. There is more to do, and it depends, exactly as you said, on each one of us and what they can do with their own skills.
And that's a great image of desensitization, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. This is something that's obviously very close to me. I mean, this is about the destruction and the ransacking of the Museum of Sudan, which happened now. I mean, it's been happening for the last 2 years of war.
When exactly did you respond to this?
Sorry?
When did you respond to this?
When the pictures came out, when the liberation of the capital, Khartoum, from the Janjaweed, the RSF, came out, and people saw images of the museum, and this was my only response to it. I didn't know what else to do, because culture has a lot to do with this war that we're having right now in Sudan, because people didn't meet. People didn't, most people that saw those destruction of those images of the museum, it was probably the first time they ever saw that museum. And that's the issue. If we don't meet, if we don't know our common history, how are we supposed to talk? Right? So, and this is what I'm trying to talk about in this cartoon. And this is also, again, about the war. It's called Short Story, and it's the Janjaweed, or the rebels that you see now with the brown turban on, killing one, and then the other person is has his hands up, and then when the army comes, the one that survived is going to oh, that's the person that killed them. And then he gets shot as well, because he's treated as a traitor, or how come you're alive? And this is one of the biggest things that are happening right now. Whenever an area is liberated, all the people that were there are accused of being supporters of the rebels. So it keeps going.
Could you tell us about how these images, these cartoons, are distributed?
I work online. I never worked in a newspaper before, because of censorship, because I always thought about how can I get to most people, right? Being where I'm from, how do I get to the most people? Because being from the global South as a whole, it's like watching the world talk about you all the time, because every one of us speaks 2 languages or 3 languages, right? And
except me.
The West.
Carry on.
The West looks at us and talks about us without our voice. So we're watching you talk about us all the time. So what I wanted to do is kind of have a response to that. This is what we think about what's going on, right? If that matters. It doesn't matter. But what we're trying to push for is that it becomes our own voice. So the internet kind of gave me that space, and I still jump from one social media platform to the other, until, of course, it gets shadow banned, or it gets bought by billionaires.
There's no consistent platform that you use?
No, I use whatever people are in, because I don't have another choice.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. What is it about the cartoon, because it blends humor and visual metaphor, what is specific about that sort of cuts through desensitization?
I don't know if it cuts through desensitization, but what I want is, as I said, is just for me was what is the best way to get to people. Yeah. And the cartoon is very simple, as you can see, and it's about the idea. And I can talk to an 8-year-old, but I can also talk to you, and we can have that conversation. And when I say I'm a political cartoonist, people smile. And that's a good entrance for someone like me. I'm a big black guy. Some people get, intimidated by that. And when I say I'm a political cartoonist, people are like, oh, And then this is when I start the conversation. And it's always easy to disseminate. All my work is under Creative Commons license, so it's easy to share and to use. And this is how it actually got into a lot of the walls of, graffitied all over the world. And I worked with a lot of amazing artists, because it's just simple to do.
Well, also, perhaps another point, we live in an age of very short attention spans, and people struggle to look at paintings in museums, but a cartoon, you get a hit within 2 seconds, and that, in our current culture, is a very effective way to put your message across, isn't it? Yes, and that was actually one of the reasons, is because, even in our own culture, when I say I'm an artist, people look at me in a way that, like I'm
I'm being very, what's the word, selfish or something, But when I say I'm a political cartoonist, people know that I am talking about things that belong to them, that are from them. And I'm not trying to sell things to, Europeans in the museum or whatever. No, I'm trying to talk about our own issues. And about your question, it's also about, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. What was the question again?
Well, I was just making the observation that in an age of very reduced attention spans, the cartoon is a very effective way of getting your message across.
Yes, but you know what the problem is now? Is that the news became cartoons. I don't know what to do anymore because everything is just short. This is... Thank you. But it's this is the history of da-da-da-da in 1 minute, That's supposed to be my job. Like, that's what I'm supposed to do. The journalists are supposed to give a longer version of that, what happened, the nuance of that. So for me, I wrote an article maybe like a year and a half ago for Al Jazeera talking about the title of the article is how I stopped being a cartoonist and became a troll. Because I feel like it's time for a conversation. Those images don't work anymore because I'm not getting through to people.
But these images make me smile and make people smile. The news doesn't.
If you see them, but how are you going to see them to make you smile? There's no way for this to get to you. There's no way for this to get to you. Artists, or what's called artists, the people like we see here, you'll go to museums, you'll go to art spaces, you know where to find them.
But let me just complete this little conversation. Do you feel this is effectively what you do, your work, is effectively making some kind of difference?
No. I don't think it could make, and I don't think anything can make a difference alone. I think me and other people would need to make things together so for it to move on. Just like you said, we need to innovate. Everyone needs to do what they need to do. I'll do my cartoons, but journalists need to do their job.
Sure.
Politicians need to do their job. And with the freedom of expression and the freedom of speech, allowed to do that. And we're supposed to be allowed in spaces to talk about these things, right? For me, the minute people, know that I talk about politics or I do work in politics, they're drawn back. That doesn't sell. So you're not supposed to be in this place, right? So we don't get the same access if you're talking about socially engaged art. You don't. So that's the issue.
Okay. No, why don't you take the little machine?
Yes.
Because among your many talents, you actually have an artistic sensibility of yourself. And I wanted to ask you about any specific moments in your career where you were responding in an artistic way, as it were, that has made a real difference in a war zone or a conflict zone. I think you have one special moment that you're particularly...
Yes, I have. Thank you for asking. I mean, the first time that I decided to put together an exhibition, an artistic exhibition, to relay the horror of war crimes that led to incitement, that led to war crimes, that led to genocide, was after the July 1995 Srebrenica massacre, which was actually...
Yeah, let's try and get the image up.
There's an image. Is that the first one? Go back.
Or you can...
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
We can start with that, if you like. So what I did was I took...
Why don't you show the family, if we've got that? Yeah,
that one.
That,
okay,
great.
Sorry, we'll start that on. Okay. So what I did was I took some time off from my work at the United Nations, where I was working at the Secretary General's office, and went to Bosnia because I felt that by the time that the UN would get its wheels oiled and rolling, all the evidence of the mass graves would be gone. So I took leave without pay and had the contacts to get on a C-130 and found a place to stay with the family, which was, of course, how you learn about what's really going on. And I joined Gary Knight, a very renowned photographer who was on assignment for Newsweek. And we together found Hurrem Sulic, who's in the photo, and his wife. He was a survivor of Srebrenica. He actually survived the shooting in a mass grave. So basically, when the 3,000 men were killed in that particular grave, and 2 of them survived after all the bullets, the rain of bullets, the silence that followed the rain of bullets. When he saw, because the blindfold wasn't put on him properly, so he actually could see what was going on, when he saw that the bulldozers had left, and when he saw that Ratko Mladic, the military commander of the Bosnian Serb forces, he himself with his small red car had left, then it was safe for him to try to climb over the bodies and eventually reach safety. He's also crippled, so there was another younger guy gentleman who helped him out. And of course, it was days until they reached safety. So I interviewed him. I took this photo as well as many other photos, and I sent the evidence to the court, to what today is the International Criminal Court. At the time, it was the International Court for the Crimes in the Former Yugoslavia in The Hague. And I put together the testimony.
Sorry, we should show one or two of the other images.
Yes, I'm happy to show the other images. Hold on, let's see what else we have. So those are, so first there was the issue of getting to the mass graves, uncovering where the mass graves are. And then the question was how to identify. So there were forensic experts. The forensic experts are not my area of expertise. They could identify where the mass graves were, in part because people like Hurrem could direct them. But then there's the question of the exact location. These are frogs mating on human flesh. That's what this photo is. And that's how they identified it. I'm just sorry. Oh, no, I'll go back. Sorry, I need to see the other photographs. That is one of the forensic experts, sort of marking where he believes they're human bodies, again, based on the fora up on the grave. And those are the digging tools, because they will, of course, dig up for bodies, then try to match DNA. Those are flowers mating on human flesh. So I tried to make it artistic, and I also tried, as I am, as you said, a positive person, I ended up on a very positive note. As part of the interview, of course, I asked him how would he view justice? What would justice mean to him? What would he like to see the international community do? What kind of role, again, could anyone have? And he said interestingly, he said he has no anger, no bad feelings against those who pulled the trigger because they were manipulated by the leaders and the military commanders, but he would like to see the leaders of Serbia and the Bosnia Serb Republic and the military leaders tried in The Hague. And that was, so I put all that together, and then I concluded it was a 4-section exhibition. I concluded with the UN and NATO and sort of the role of all those who tried to get Bosnia to peace. Of course, this is exactly 30 years ago. We can do a retrospect. We're coming up to the 30-year anniversary of Bosnia. So now I'd like to do a 3D with a virtual reality and the voices of those who are still alive, and try to really bring it back to life in a more modern way so that the communication can be far deeper. One can really embed it in one's mind, heart.
Do you feel those images made an important contribution to the impact of the testimony?
Yes, I think so. I think that different people relate to, some people like myself mainly learn from rhetoric, other people like my mother learn maybe mainly from reading, others from imagery who are not as literal. I think everyone takes something. But I think yesterday there was a wonderful workshop here by Ronen Berger. He asked everyone in the workshop to choose an image that is not conflictive, that is calm, and then first through the practice he did embed it in our minds to try to sort of deregulate, and then the second exercise to embed it in our soul. Sorry, not in our soul, in our body. And I thought that was extremely powerful. And for those who didn't manage to deregulate, he got us to put our hand up with how much stress we feel we have. He worked again and again until they found an image that worked for them. So yes, I think it's a really important way. Certainly, in my case as well, I use captions because I write, I'm a lawyer. The incitement that led to genocide, when I brought it to Israel, for example, in 1996, and to Palestine. I had the captions in English, Hebrew, and Arabic.
Sorry, we're actually running out of time, but I think a key point here to make in a very simple way is that art in this specific context has made a difference, hasn't it?
Made a huge difference. No one knew, really, literally, people, as you know, in their own countries, they relate to their own context.
And I suspect your cartoons
made a huge difference. I think it made a huge difference. I think the fact there was genocide due to incitement, due to brainwashing, that was my message. It can happen anywhere, it can happen here. That was my message.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We've run out of time, I'm afraid. It's no time for questions, but thank you. Thank you.
That was amazing.
Thank you very much.
Well done, guys, because that was quite tricky, was it? An absent. Yeah. But you both were very, very eloquent. That's terrific.
Thank you so much for that really sobering panel discussion. I just wanted to call to the stage. We have the immense privilege of having with us the artist, photographer, filmmaker Shirin Neshat in a conversation with Farah Nairi. They already know each other fairly well, so I'm really looking forward to this. It'll be a pretty intimate discussion, so please welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Art for Tomorrow podium. My name is Farah Nairi, and I write on culture for the New York Times. And I'm also a woman from Iran, but we will soon be mentioning that, of course. Back in 1721, the great French author and philosopher Montesquieu published the Persian letters, Les Lettres Persanes. It was basically the story of two Persians who visit France during the reign of Louis XIV and who observe France, and they cast an outsider's eye on this society in France. And the two men run into intrigued French people who say to them, how can one be Persian? Comment peut-on être persan? For those of you who are French speakers. And to be fair, it's a question I ask myself every day. And not sure I've yet come up with an answer. And I think it's a question that Shirin has asked herself in her art a lot over the years. But I think Shirin and I, in a way, we are like the characters in Montesquieu, because we are outsiders, foreigners, a couple of Persians living in the West and observing the societies around us, each in our own way. So it's very, very nice to be with Shirin here today. And we are both Shirin Can, and by the way, just a little word of translation. In Persian, when we refer to each other, we don't just say Shirin. It's a bit unfriendly. We have to say, dear Shirin. So we say Shirin Can. If I talk to Kim, and if Kim's Persian, I don't just say Kim, I say Kim Can. Or if it's Achilles, Achilles Can. That's the way it is. So whenever you see me calling Shirin, Shirin Can, that's the reason. Shirin Can, we are both women of Iran, and we belong to an incredible group who led the first woman-led revolution in the history of humankind, the Woman Life Freedom Movement of a couple of years ago. So I'd like to modify the question posed by Montesquieu and ask you, Shireen, how can one be a Persian woman living outside of Iran at a time like this?
I think we need a few hours for that. First of all, good afternoon. I'm really happy to be here. Well, you know, the best way I can really summarize that, I think Iranian women are survivors. And I think about why so much of my work is always focused on the women of Iran. It's not only because I'm a woman from Iran, but because I've truly taken a lot of inspiration from women of Iran from across the generation, from my grandmother to mother to my own generation and the new generation. And I always try to ask myself why, and I think it's women of Iran have been against the wall for so many years, and when you're against the wall that long, you have the most tendency to revolt and rebel and confront the authority or the tradition or the religion. So now going back to your question, as someone who it's really not just entirely Iranian, but also American, and live mostly in the West, the Western idea of feminism never really settled for me in that way, because I always felt more affinity with the feminism that comes from our part of the world, in a way that it's never about a fight to be equal to the men, but to find and really fight for our place in the society, which is uniquely feminine. And I think that's remarkable, and it's something that I've never really, and finally I just wanted to say, in that case, every video, every film, every work that I've made, it's always depicted the women who are oppressed and against the wall, but they're never losers, they're always victorious.
We will be going back to your work on and about Iranian women, but a lot of your recent work is really based in America. Your more recent projects have focused on themes having to do with present-day America, and in fact, the America of Donald Trump. So before we go back to the Iran stuff, talk to us a little bit about these new movies that you've been making in the last few years.
Well, for a long time, I was an Iranian artist looking at Iran from the outside, living in the US, and sort of trying to grasp the fanaticism, the revolution that took place in 1979, and really from the outside make a research and try to grasp what happened that transformed the Iranian society upside down. Again, always as an outsider, because obviously I was not living there. Within the last 10 years, I think especially after Trump, I felt a kind of an exhaustion from that perspective, turning my lens toward America. And I realized that more than ever, and particularly since he became second presidency, that we do need the critique and the voice of immigrants, artists, and that that very much what was happening in Iran as an authoritarian society, as a fanatic society, as the way in which the freedom of speech was slowly taken away from people and ruled by a single dictator, is happening in America. So my narratives and my work is now taking the position of an Iranian living in the US, and at once really becoming more my voice, as an Iranian American immigrant,
Yeah, I hear you, and it makes sense. I mean, I haven't lived in Iran since, I was a kid. I haven't even been back. And it is difficult for us, those of Iranian women, looking from the outside in. We do have a particular perspective, and, you know, I can't really say that I'm certainly anywhere near as brave as the women who led the Women Life Freedom movement. I try to be brave in my little way just as a moderator, you know. But I think that in the earlier part of your career, if we may go back to that, because those works resonate still a great deal with audiences, including at the exhibition that you currently have in Milan, I believe there are some works. From that period, your works were very much, and they are because they're still in the present, evocations of your imagination of what it's like to be a woman in Iran. Because you said to me last time we spoke, in a panel at the Goodman Gallery in London, you were saying, I wasn't in Iran when the revolution happened. I went back to Iran and I realized, you know, everything was different. I mean, women suddenly had to be veiled in public places, et cetera, et cetera. Can I get you to talk about that series and how it came to you?
I think you're talking about the Woman of Allah series. I just want to make clear that, you know, I never approach my work in that kind of sociological dimension. My work is very personal, and you have to consider that I'm an Iranian who has lived in exile more than I like to admit, and I've had to be separated from family, the country, and a lot of the work that I have developed has been like a personal obsession of a kind of reunification with Iran, and then Miwa sort of transcending above that personal level and becoming more of a critique about what my findings are, is my curiosity. So it's not that Woman of Allah was never meant to be that, you know, I'm trying to make a big statement about a woman who voluntarily became militant to participate in the kind of fanaticism of the Iranian government. It was a very small minority group of people. But my way of understanding the foundation of the revolution and how it impacted men and women who were somewhat brainwashed with the idea of concept of martyrdom, the celebration of life after death, and an acceptance that on the way of love and faith, love of God and faith, you be willing to commit cruelty and violence and ultimately the obsession with death. So I was simply raising a lot of questions about how is that possible that a woman who gives birth is equally able to commit cruelty and violence. This was misinterpreted in many ways and read as if I was making a grand statement. The government of Iran thought I was criticizing them. Meanwhile, a lot of Iranians thought that I was endorsing the government of Iran. But what really went lost was that I didn't really have a point of view at that time. So the images you're speaking about is really an artist trying to raise many questions about a society that she has been disconnected from. And today, I think my work in relation to the US is in the same framework. I'm asking from perspective of an Iranian living in the US almost 40 years about the state of this society, the identity of this place called Land of Dreams, and how its identity has been compromised and is shifting. And this goes back to the point that I wanted to make, that I find that it's artists' task to be politically conscious and to be able to raise important issues of our time. Now, mine happened to become very politically charged because I'm Iranian and I'm very politically affected by the revolution, etc. But we're living at a time that to be neutral to some of the issues that are happening in the US, in the world, including Palestine and all over the world, it seems like we would be complicit. So my tendency is really to respond to issues that I face as a human being and the world that I live in.
Yeah, I mean, there is a tension there, which you're even referring to, because on the one hand, you do feel like you need to respond to the world we live in, which is a highly politically charged world, no matter where we look, whether it's America, whether it's beyond America, whether it's Iran. And at the same time, you've always said that you're not an activist. In other words, you are not saying one must think this, X versus Y. You raise questions. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I always say I distinguish art and activism in this way, that with activism, you distinguish between good and evil, right and wrong. But with art, you let the audience to distinguish that. You don't decide for the audience. And I also come from a deeply poetic history and tradition, and my work is quite enigmatic and abstract and very conceptual. And I don't believe that any of my work try to appeal to the audience in terms of pushing a particular polemic. Rather, I think it really talks about humanity, and it is about the issue of power, issue of tyranny, issue of injustice and oppression, but it's also about the beauty of revolt and strength, defiance, and really, this is, I think, the kind of contradictions that exist in every work I make, whether it's a photograph or a video or movie, is always this duality. And I think that goes back to the Iranian tradition of poetic language, that we speak in the way that there are all these references to reality, but at the same time, there's a lot of metaphors and allegories that transcend time and cultural boundaries. And I think that's where I am. I feel more like a poet than an activist. But I think even as a poet, you can speak truth and you can appeal to your audience so they can think about things in maybe a new way. And I think that's the most challenging task of any artist, to make a work that is not a propaganda, but is still really touching them in a deep level. And I find that extremely difficult to balance, to make a work of art that sort of has that balance. But that's what I've been trying to do. And some work are successful and some work may not be as successful.
Yeah, I'm going to open it up to questions, if there are any, right after I ask this one. I just wondered what you think your art would have been like had you not lived in America, because you are an artist who was educated in America and who started her career and continued her career in America, in New York City, which is where you live now. I wondered how you think New York City and being in America has affected what you produce.
I mean, very often I say that I belong to the country of New York, because New York to me is an island. I'm very lucky because my young adulthood, my education is really founded in New York. And yet, I think this nomadic life that I have lived in between places, and of course New York being the center, has had its mixed blessing in many ways. I feel that if I had continued to live in Iran, I would have had one local audience and one local narrative. And if I was only born in the US, I would have had, and I would have been an American artist who could have spoken about America. But being in between cultures in a way that I absolutely don't belong to any of them completely, and I have no way of a command to speak truth about either America or Iran, it gives me the luxury to make work that may be actually more universal than I expected it to be. And if that makes sense. And I think for a lot of artists who now, with all this immigration, the global life that we live in, we have been able to sort of defy boundaries. And living in New York and being exposed among so many artists coming from different corners of the world, I have lost a sense of belonging, you know. I live mainly in a Hispanic neighborhood, also African American, et cetera, and you know, I only know what it's like to be a minority.
So the Montesquieu question, how can one be Persian? You would have a hard time responding to it, maybe.
I mean, I think my foundation and my, like I said, the poetic nature of my work, you know, the mystical aspect of my work is deeply grounded in tradition of mysticism and poetry in Iran. And it's really ingrained in my blood. But at the same time, I'm Muslim and Persian, but I'm also American. I'm very Western. And that's the reality of who I am. I mean, look at how I look. I mean, this is Asian. This is all very Western. I mean, we are full of influences and contradictions, and that's really part of something that I celebrate, that I don't deny. I wanted to say about my work is as much rooted in conceptual art as it is to Islamic and Persian art.
Absolutely. Are there any questions here in the audience? Yes, please go ahead. And if you could introduce yourself, it would be great. We have someone here in the front row. We have about a little over 10 minutes.
Hello, hi. My name is Fahad Al-Abeidli. I'm directing the Design Binali in Doha. First, like Farah, I always love hearing you and your debates. Shireen, like I think we met in 2015 in Doha at Madhaf, which we had the exhibition, was really took everyone in, like the audience in Qatar, to different level and consciousness in terms of like storytelling and poetry. I think I loved one of your films where there's a dialogue between female and male vocally. I loved that actually you featured those two genders. And I keep hearing from you like you like your stories to be all about women in a way. But I feel like, especially with leading Design Doha and discovering the beauty and the artisans and the craft of the Iranian landscape, there's a lot of men I met there, and they are almost like pain, but in silence. They cannot express it and stuff like that, and they are the minority. Men that actually have a lot of expression and a lot of creativity, but they don't have anyone to be the voice for them because they're men. And they're actually, for me, I found it to be even harder than a woman that actually she wants to express. She can express it different ways. But men, we have really limited expressions to express our pain. Did you thought about that, or you wanted to incorporate it somehow in your work?
Yeah, excellent question. Thank you.
Well, I think for most of the audience don't know that you're talking about Turbulent. It's a video that a man sings to a theater full of men and a woman singing to empty theater, and the music. My obsession with earlier work, not so much today, really focusing on the masculine, the feminine relation to the Iranian society. It was really making the point about the woman, because the women were far more against the wall, and the men were more of a conformist in a way. And so it was really more a critique of the Iranian society in a way that, in the sense of Turbulent, he was singing a traditional music, but she, who is not, women are not allowed to sing in Iran, she sings something that's very guttural and breaks all the rules of music and becomes very rebellious. For me, it's been always very interesting that, being a woman, I'm always easier for me to go under the skin of a woman, and being an Iranian woman, I'm easier for me to understand the struggle of Iranian women. I'm not against men, and I understand that being within the traditional barrier of, in any traditional society, men also have their own issues. But I really, as a woman, I have my own vulnerabilities and issues that somehow that was easier for me to tell the woman's side of the story. But I understand that, especially where we come from, that part of the world, men also suffer from having to suppress a lot of emotions due to religious or traditional norms. But I'm not as close to it because, I grew up a woman in Iran. So anyway, I couldn't do justice in that notion.
I do want to ask a question about a historical one about the women of Iran, which we discussed in a video, which you can all, if you wish, see on YouTube, because Shireen and I had a conversation at the Goodman Gallery, and there's one that's videoed, and you spoke very evocatively about the fact that the body of the woman in Iran always somehow embodied the political and ideological changes taking place in the country. And as you explained in that video, when the Reza Shah Pahlavi, the father of the last Shah, took over, he decided that he wanted to modernize and secularize Iran. And in one fell swoop, he banned the wearing of the chador, the veil. And there were a lot of very respectable women, including your grandmother, including many, many women, who couldn't leave the house because they were no longer allowed to wear the veil. There was this kind of compulsive secularization. And now we have the opposite. Again, the women and the way they're dressed being the symbol of the Islamic Republic and its revolution, meaning that the veil is now compulsory. It's the other way around. If you don't wear it, you risk arrest and imprisonment. And so, in fact, it's such a big deal that I think that the veil is really one of the pillars of the Islamic Revolution. And it's kind of a little bit perplexing, and here it's just me speaking, that we and what we wear should be such a big deal for the politics and the ideology of our country. So anyway, take it away.
Well, I think in general, for any woman born anywhere, our bodies are both our source of power, power of seduction, beauty, and strength, and yet a point of violence and oppression. I think sexual exploitation takes place everywhere, and so I think that's a universal issue that women are very vulnerable with their bodies. But I think specifically speaking about Iranian society, historically women's bodies have been a kind of a battleground for men's ideological, religious rhetorics. And that with the Woman of Allah, when I made that series, it was about how the Iranian government basically used the woman's body in a way by forcing them to veil. They became the identity of the revolution and the Islamization, and the way they controlled the woman was the way that the woman in a way embodied their ideology. Later I worked in other work by poetry by Forough Farrokhzad, when I made work that the woman's body became a point of shame and sin in the traditional society. And then finally the latest work was about woman's body due to sexual exploitation. So for me, it's always been really fascinating as a woman who's always had the kind of problem with my own body since young, being young.
Not sure why, but yeah.
I mean, we're told at my generation there was something shameful about our bodies, and that we, and I think that's very specific to our culture in the Islamic cultures more than the Western culture. But for me, that's always been an issue, how a woman's body is always a contested space, a discussion for men, and how at the same time, like let's look at Women, Life, Freedom revolution, I would say, how women said it's enough of allowing our bodies to be used by you to control our lives, and even the hair becomes an object of discussion. And so for me, this revolt against a system that uses your body as a tool to control, it was incredibly powerful, incredibly powerful. And it's a subject that I think could deserve a discussion for an hour. But for me, it's been very interesting in relation to Iranian women, but women at large in the world, I think.
And just before we close, sadly, Shirin Jan, what is your, what do you think will happen? How do you see the future for us women of Iran? And I mean in Iran, not outside.
I mean, I wish I had a crystal ball, but I think that from what I can tell is that already, really just if you look at the Iranian society today, very few women are wearing the veil anymore. I mean, you can see there's incredible transformation since the Women Life Freedom. And I think the image that we have from the outside obviously is very different than the reality in Iran, that things have changed for the positive. But I think, Farah, we need to ask, what's next for all of us in the world? Let's not just forget about us. I worried more about the people in America now than I worry about people in Iran. I worry about the Middle East. I worry about people in Palestine. I worried about hostages. I worry about we're standing at the really crucial threshold of a horrible time of our modern history. And so I'm actually less worried about the women of Iran than I'm worried about living in the US.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shirin Neshat, for a wonderful conversation. And I'll see you all. I will be in conversation with Jeff Koons shortly, if you're all coming, at the Teatro Lirico. Thank you.
And for that, we will need our badges to get into Teatro Lirico.
We will need our badges. Thank you, Shirin.
Thank you, Shirin. Thank you, Farah. It's such an insightful way to end the plenary part of our conference, because as Farah mentioned, we continue at 6:30 at Lirico. But if you can bear with me, there's a few thanks that I would like to extend. And I'd like the team to come with me so people can see you. Apart from Kim and, of course, all the moderators who we've thanked enough, don't be shy. There's so many other people to thank, starting with Nicole Karali, our event manager. Wherever Nicole is, there's Nicole. And Paul Gogel-Masson for our communications, Tulia, development, Evie, Elena Makri, our general manager, Mariangela, Dimitra, and Dimitris, who most of the speakers So this is the team that makes it all work and makes my life much easier. Just for now, we've got the next one to look forward to. So thank you all. Thank you. We all thank you because there's also our media partners, DeZine, the art newspaper, that's Contemporary Design Bazaar, R2, Stir, and I can't read the other one, Paul. Right click save. Thanking our sponsors, Qatar Museums, Qatar Creates, the Uzbekistan Art and Culture Development Foundation, Droom and Dad, and we will put that fabulous video of the virtual tour of Phoenix Museum online very soon. We'll send it to you. Massimo Di Carlo, Cartier, Audemars Piguet, Prix Pictet, Ruinart. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. You know, it's been quite a ride for the last 10 years. We've got a new decade ahead of us, and we promise that we will deliver the quality that you've seen over the last 3 days. I mean, our speakers have been absolutely fabulous. The content has been great. Farah Nayeri has a dual role. She's also reporting as well as moderating, and there will be a special report next week in the New York Times. I can't remember which, 22nd. So please buy your copy of the paper and online, of course. And much more to come. This evening with Jeff Koons. Should be a fabulous session. I have forgotten.
Well, just Pirelli, Hangar Bicocca.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. And now there are buses waiting downstairs for Pirelli Hangar Bicocca. And you should be at Lirico Theatre by about 6:15 with your badges. So thank you all.